think Badrinus is one of the only characters that regularly wears headgear. Actually, no, Gamataki does too. Badrinus and Gamataki, they do.
Alrighty, so let's just double check that we can hear, that everybody can be heard.
Alrighty.
Yeah, before we... Ooh, excuse me. Alrighty.
Like on screen, it confirms it. There are no caps in Strixhaven.
Yo.
Alrighty. Confirmed on. And oh well, hey, Crystal Star Girl. I got to see the Utena movie in theaters, and it was amazing to see on the big screen. Okay, I'd like to know what movie theater played the Utena movie. Because it's like, that sounds fucking... I mean, that movie's an acid trip, but I'd still see it in the theaters.
Where is it? Where's the source of this movie?
Alrighty, but... Alright, so I guess since we are good to go, yeah, so hello everybody! We are doing a massive set of recaps, you know, because so both mine and Boone's campaigns, we were at, like, good points that I was like, you know what? It's time to kind of, like, recap, like, what's recently been happening. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with Strixhaven. So I'm gonna go through what has happened specifically during the fall season of year 2, because we finally brought that to an end, and we're about to go into winter. So... I'm just going to focus on recapping everything. So that's from, like, session 22 to where we are now. And then once I'm done recapping, I'm going to hand it over to Boone. And he's going to do his recapping with Ravnica. And if there's time, then we can probably talk about, like, you know, character stuff, behind-the-scenes stuff, you know, that kind of shit, you know. But ultimately, it just depends on how... It just depends on how quickly we can get through these recaps, because they be quite meaty.
Yeah, my recap is going to... I know for sure it's going to be the Theros arc. I'll double-check things to make sure I don't need to go further back than that.
That's what I'm trying to remember. Call Boone. Did we ever do a recap for Ravnica? I could have sworn we did at some point.
We did at some point.
Okay. Alright, well, regardless, so yeah, Boone will figure that out. As far as for who else is in the call, we've also got, we got Realm Wars, and we got Master TP. Where's, did, Jen go off?
I think Jen is in another call. Oh, okay, Jen was in another call, but, I don't know if they're gonna come back in.
Okay. Yeah, I know Letter's not making it, you know, perfectly fine. We'll see if anybody else, is popping in or not. But, alright, so I guess, without further ado, let me put the game controller away and move my table over. Okay. Alrighty, so, session 22 of Strixhaven. So, it begins with MM returning to Strixhaven to begin her freshman year, and that is where she starts to meet so a bunch of new faces, one of them being a changeling named Savanto Cabana, and he makes his grand appearance by he takes on the appearance of a new teacher that is arriving, Arkan Menexus, and puts on a show. When the teacher shows up, he did not seem to mind. Other freshmen include Kiha, who was introduced in the previous year. We have Bettina, who's a fashion designer. We've got Gauric, who's a religious nomad. We have Kodo, who is from Kamigawa. We have Merriment from Thunder Junction. And then we have Chain, and he's from a homebrewed plane. I think I called it Mongo Glade. So, Amy, Canvas, Pacifico, and Luke put these new students through trials to gauge their abilities. Canvas had them work together on an unstable engine. Pacifico judges their combat prowess. Amy had everybody digging through books looking through information. And Luke had hidden dragon spies all around the Biblioplex and tasked them to hunt them down. Session 23. The dorm has been renovated to allow for these new people. MM and Bettina become roommates, and Savanto and Galric become roommates. The remaining students that were in the first year, they all arrive and reunite. Luke gives a tour of the brand spanking new base for the Convergent Embassy, which is the name of pretty much the player group. Grayson tells Pacifico about Orca's activities from last year. She had been stealing high-priced items from Faradorn. Grayson says he's going to keep an ear out for any news of future robberies, as well as asking Pacifico to look into where the stolen items could have gone. And then they had their first meeting. As part of their meeting, freshman evaluations. Amy and Kadoris, they will work with Chain to build up his confidence. Pacifico, Luke, and Rubina will keep an eye on Merriment to ensure he doesn't double-cross the group. Shivadri, Tilana, and Kiha will keep watch over Galric and his small baby abilities. MM will try and gauge Bettina's abilities. Pacifico and Kiha are willing to work with Kodo to help her focus on her strengths and abilities and how to accept failure with grace. Savanto seems to be the best candidate out of all the freshmen to join the embassy. And then some information about our main bad guy, Murgaxor. The Dragon's Guard have been requested by the Oracle to help in the hunt for Murgaxor. High King Will Kenrith will offer support when needed. The Azorius Senate is prepping new arrest warrants against Dovin Bond. No date for their completion has been confirmed. Kadoris has confirmed that Murgaxor is not part of his nation in the Grove of Eldjor, and he finds that there's 3 remaining elven nations in the proximity of Snarls. There's the temple at Prantical Peak, the Torcathora Desert, and Fernbosk is hidden deep in the swamps. More allies from the Dragon Smile in Kaladesh, as well as Malcolm's crew in Ixalan. Session 24. MM and Savanto get interviewed by, like a name. The year 1s learn about pests in their first class, as is typical. The year 2s learn about the Glyph of Warding spell, upon which Luke entangles a bunch of people for shits and giggles.
Because of course he does.
Yeah. Savanto signs up for the Performing Arts Club and the Strixhaven Star. MM holds off on extracurriculars for the time being. Canvas decides to leave the Strixhaven Stadium and instead joins the Exploration Club. Pacifico officially signs up for the Strixhaven Star. I also introduced workshops, so they all signed up for what they wanted to do. That being said, the big event in the school, the Battle for Strixhaven. It's a Mage Tower Intramural Championship. Amy planned on sitting it out. Pacifico's team consists of Kadoris, Grayson, Lorene, and Xanther. They're representing Prismari. Canvas and Luke team up, and they have Tilana, Rampart, and Shuvadri. They're representing Quandrix. And MM and Savanto, they do intend to play, but I think you guys were going to form teams later on. And then we are introduced to another villain. A villain specifically going after Amy. It is the Thief of Crowns, Oko. And he delivers a challenge specifically to her and the player characters. Session 25. Savanto reassures Amy that he means no harm. And Pacifico apologizes to him for accusing him of writing these challenge letters. Yeah.
And Savanto was offended.
Yeah. Canvas takes her first ice sculpting class. MM and Kiha, they experiment with Nightshade, including tipping several crossbow bolts, as well as discussing the letters. a Strixhaven Star meeting, introducing Savanto, and they gave him the duty of photography. He specifically has a dragon spy built for photography, and he's tasked with going to the workshops, on the jobs, extracurriculars. So yeah, he's taking all the pictures. Pacifico planeswalked to Eldraine to inform the Kenrith court of Oko's challenge. They tell him of Arthur's broken mirror, which could reveal his true form, but it's been broken, and the pieces have been scattered in the wilds. Savanto is officially brought into the Convergent Embassy. So they share what information they all have on Oko, and they begin planning on how they want to address the challenge. Part of the challenge was that they were allowed to receive help from one person. So Pacifico goes for the throat and says, "I choose King Will." Luke chooses Grayson. MM and Savanto decide to team up. Amy chooses Rubina, and Canvas chooses Professor Verelda Lang. Session 26. Kadoris, Amy, and Rosie put together a LARPing session to help Chain out in combat. MM, she takes on a job working at the Biblioplex Cafe and, finds herself getting adjusted pretty well. Rubina leads an improv exercise for the drama club to get Savanto and Kodo involved. Shivadri and her father, Gaiakirk, visit Luke at the tavern. Pacifico tells Quinn about Oko, and MM and Savanto start putting together their Mage Tower teams, and we had our first Mage Tower practice, which was a total shit show. Session 27. Everyone gathered together after the practice, and afterwards, one of the teachers, Dika, she starts gathering some of the other professors that are specifically involved with Mage Tower. They're literally pulling them from their classes. The mascots that had been trained for the Battle of Strixhaven, they've escaped their pen. The new teacher, Arkin Menexus, was responsible for returning them and locking them up, but he did not lock them up behind him. The pests have, The pest in this attacked the other mascots, causing them to burst out of the pen, and unless they're found, Arkin's in big trouble. So everybody goes searching for the missing mascots. Luke and Pacifico notice a commotion coming from Witherbloom. Canvas investigates Sedgemoor and Widdershin's Hall, no sign of the mascots. The party and Verelda decide to go together to explore Wiltroot Hall. Session 28 is pretty much the Wiltroot Hall dungeon, because they're now looking for the mascots, and they find them in various huts scattered throughout. They do chase down the rampant pest into the main central building, only to find that the pest is actually Oko in disguise, and Oko takes this opportunity to challenge Canvas and Verelda. A tornado fills the room with the intention of keeping everybody else out. Everybody does find a way to navigate through the tornado, and they just decide, you know what, this is a threat, fuck it, we're all going in and attacking. That being said, though, Canvas, she suffers from her aether poisoning, and she's taken for emergency healing. The mascots, they are returned safely to the faculty, so ultimately clearing Arkin in the process. And then elsewhere, as a result of this challenge, because part of the challenge was you're only supposed to receive help from your chosen person, but because everybody else jumped in, they broke the rules. Depala, who is one of Canvas's friends from Kaladesh, she has been brought to Eldraine by quote-unquote Canvas and is left alone in the wilds. Session 29. Everyone is exhausted and troubled from the day before. Betty borrows MM's brooch to sketch for some inspiration. When Amy catches up with MM outside of the dorm, she realizes that Alice is out. And Alice discusses Oko's challenge, just constantly mispronouncing his name. As everyone they're waking up from the meeting, Kadoris brews up mint coffee for everybody, and that goes very well. Betty demands to find out who is bullying MM, because she's completely unaware of Alice's existence, and she just sees that MM is very disturbed. The embassy is brought up to speed about what happened. Tilana wishes to go to Alara to begin searching for some kind of a treatment for Canvas's Ethereum poisoning. Verelda suggests that everybody checks in on their families just to make sure that they are safe. Pacifico and MM go to Eldraine. MM sees Rowan and is told that the brooch she's given is what has been... The brooch that she gave her, that's what's been keeping Alice at bay until she removed it to give it to Betty. It's possible that Alice may try to find ways around the brooch from this point on. Pacifico updates the king about what's happened, and they scheme about sending direct help from Eldraine while trying to skirt Oko's specifications. Basically, it's like, okay, you picked the king, but there's no rules about the king sending a proxy on his behalf. Who does he pick? He picks Amy's brother, John. He's to go to Strixhaven to act as Pacifico's bodyguard in response to the attempt on his life from the previous year.
Oko's just at home going, fucking lawyers.
Fucking lawyers, man.
You're not wrong. That was literally, Oko would probably be like, that fucking lawyer found a way around. Fucking
Man,
hell.
I hate being out.
Lawyers, Fae. Lawyers are, in fact, a Fae's worst enemy.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, hey, that's how Timmy Turner beat a genie. He wished for a lawyer.
Exactly.
All right. So,
Being out jerk.
session 30. Shuvadri checked up on Luke and offers to pick up some ink for him from Silverquill so he can finish his typewriters for the Strixhaven Star. Pacifico and John actually go to Pacifico's home in East River, where Pacifico learns that his rage harkens back to his primordial ancestors. Alice visits the three Fae that she had persuaded from Eldraine the year before. They tell her that the Kenrith twins and the court wizards have been developing means to trap the Fae. And Alice is going to look into its development and will tell them of the results. So everybody goes to visit Verelda Lang, and she tells Amy a little bit about Roderick, pointing out that a painting that was displayed at the Mage Tower match, that's the only visual that actually remains of Roderick's very existence. Amy proposes a weekend spa day for everybody.
Oh boy.
And then Verelda tells Canvas that Pacifico mentioned Alara, specifically Esper, to possibly begin researching on how to halt Canvas's deteriorating condition. Session 31, Spa Day! So everybody thoroughly enjoyed themselves and they got yearly memberships. As they're leaving, Grayson arrives at the spa for a meeting with the staff. His family is assisting in the construction of a new healing center in the city of Heavenfell. And then we have some more classes. Quintilius is ordered by John to run miles in the colleges for messing up in class. And Kadoris makes a sphere instead of a cube made of ice. And then Candace shows Dean Cayenne some of her Ethereum creations. The party gathers at the embassy headquarters to prepare for the trek to Alara. Session 32 is they go to Alara. Now, the party does split here. So, some of the people go to Esper, and they go to the library, and they find some information on Alara. And specifically, they're looking for somebody named Brea. And they also uncover some information about a creature that she had constructed named Armix. Meanwhile, Pacifico, he actually goes to a different part of Alara. It's called Bant. And he actually meets up with an old friend. He meets up with a Johnny Goldbane. And he's there to assist the scholars and the knights who are overseeing an omen path that was there. They learned that Brea had been able to walk through the omen path and come out completely unscathed. Her current whereabouts, none of the scholars know, but they suspect that wherever she is, they could find out in her lab. Meanwhile, MM and Canvas, they find a metallic fairy ring, where they find two fae named Node and Petiole that are trapped there. An Alaran named Mogduin had made the ring. And like MM, the two sensed a fae spirit within him. And ultimately they decide, you know what, you're not safe here. They decide to take them to Eldraine. Session 33. The party decide they enter all the rooms in Brea's lab. They're picking up various items along the way, and they're trying to find some information. Sure enough, Armix is there. He's responsible for guarding and cleaning the lab. And the party, for the most part, was able to stay several steps ahead of him. They do learn several things. Brea is capable of traversing the Omen Paths unscathed. She has encountered Luke's father, Aspen Bluetwig, and she's currently residing in Thunder Junction. MM is able to lock Armix in a room temporarily until it realized it's been locked in, and then it goes on a rampage. One by one, everyone planeswalks out, except for Luke, because he's like, ooh, machinery, I have to study. But while he's there, he sees a Kaladeshi Thopter fly into the room towards the computer terminal. And Luke basically uses Armix to destroy it before planeswalking out. Session 34. Pacifico has a nightmare where he meets an ancestor named Ankylo Megalosi. The ordeal even took a paranormal physical toll on him. Like, you know, one of those instances like whatever happened to him in the dream was happening to him in real life. He's literally flying and throwing all around the room. It does catch the attention of Kiha and Kodo, who agree to help him. Luke makes some progress on Pacifico's weapon and, you know, has a talk with him about the nightmare. Amy catches Quinn up on everything that's happened to her, and he makes a vow to her reminiscent to John's oath to King Will. And they share a kiss. MM goes to Eldraine to check up on Node and Petiole. Node seems to be adjusting pretty well, and she's made some new friends. Petiole, though, he laments not having their own fairies with them anymore. He ends up making a deal with Alice that he will join her if she can find any authentic Alaran fairies and bring them to him. In exchange, she gives him the stone in that brooch as a token of the promise. And mind you, the stone is what was keeping her in check. At the beginning of the week, Tilana informed the party that Canvas was with the Exploration Club on an excursion. Well, that was a big fat lie. It turned out that she went on ahead to Thunder Junction, and she had asked Tilana to cover for her. The party goes to get Merriment to act as a guide, and to seek Fane the Broker for transportation. Meanwhile, Canvas and a group of free striders, they eye a train owned by the Sterling Company, heading into the territory of Outcasters. And with a bomb in hand, they decide to assault the train. Session 35. The party arrives in Thunder Junction. They go to this town of Prosperity, and they begin their investigation. MM has a King of the Hill intro, and Pacifico leads the party to the Voyager Grand Hotel, which was where Canvas happened to be staying. In the basement of the hotel, though, is the headquarters of the Slickshot Gang. And Merriment goes down to say hello to his fellow outlaws. The rest of the party get a basic rundown on how all the factions run in Thunder Junction. A deputy named Riven the Wild Whisper barges in and demands answers from the Slickshots. A train carrying Sterling Company men was headed to Outcaster territory on a job to find Brea, and it had been attacked. He assumed that Slickshots knew of it since the deal was made in the hotel, but thanks to Mary's magic, he's able to calm the situation. So everybody makes their way for the train, and right when they catch up, they see that a group from another faction called the Hellspurs, they've arrived to raid what remained of the train attack. So everybody bands together to take them out. Meanwhile, a mysterious fairy pops out of the omen path and becomes a tumbleweed.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect that was actually gonna be a thing with MM.
Yeah, like that became that ultimate. What started as a joke just to include a Derpy Paimon token became a fucking character plot. But as
the D&D.
Yeah, so as the dust settles from the battle, they pull Canvas aside for some scolding. Pacifico with prodding from Mary. They successfully bribe Deputy Dusty. They bribe him for information on who had hired them to find Brea. Dusty revealed that it was someone from Kaladesh who wishes to invite Brea into a project, and that he only seeks to work with scientists of the same caliber as himself. The party realizes that he's talking about Dovin Bond, and seeing that he has his eyes on Brea as well, now it's a race to find her. Session 36. The party arrives in a settlement full of cactus folk, where they meet Bristly Bill. He directs them to the Climbing Tree, a little tavern, and it's there that they encounter Rakdos, Tiny Bones.
Of all.
Yeah, Rakdos from Ravnica, Tiny Bones, and ultimately Brea. So Brea brings Brea brings everybody to her lab, and she informs Canvas of how to address her poisoning. She has to create an anchor, a means for her body and soul to properly stabilize the Ethereum. Various magic augmentations can be implemented. Then Canvas will need to practice arcano-asceticism to prepare for connecting to the anchor. Bertram Greywater, the founder of the Sterling Company, arrives at Brea's door to bring her to a client who wishes to discuss a proposal with her. And because he is a vampire, they're like, okay, they're like, well, we know what to do with him. They throw rice, and he's forced to count them. The client is Dovin Bond. His proposal is a collaboration effort to create new science programs and reduce the effects of aether poisoning. Pacifico pretty much goes into lawyer mode, goes over the proposal, and he amends it to make the deal more favorable towards restoring trust with the multiverse, as well as bringing Luke's company, Star Foundry Industries, into it. Dovin and Brea, they agree to it, and they sign this new deal. Session 37. Grayson overhears Luke beginning to spiral at the Convergent Embassy, and he grabs Pacifico to deal with it. The two and MM, they have a heart-to-heart about what's been troubling Luke lately. Merriment and John are officially brought into the Convergent Embassy. At the Prismari workshop, everyone plays around with filming and editing with dragon spies. Galric reveals that he's a snarl baby. And his ability, he sees different colors in the sky that can predict the weather. Like, basically Doppler radar for vision.
Yeah.
During the Quandrix workshop, Luke whips up a prototype to help Canvas write, since she's now trying to stay away from using too much Ethereum. And then we have a date night at the Firejolt Cafe, and it just goes tits up. Kadoris gets hyper on caffeine. MM is recruited by Xanther to join the cheerleading squad of all things after catching the Fae Tumbleweed. Savanto has a date with a sock puppet that proceeds to break up with him. And meanwhile, Luke and Shavadri are the only ones not bothered by the chaos. Session 30.
Poor Amy was just trying to do her job.
Session 38. Pacifico sends out some heartfelt letters to the party. Savanto receives a letter from his little brother, updating him on family affairs and informing him that there's a big event that's going to be taking place in Heavenfell fairly soon. Savanto reveals to everybody that the accent he puts on is completely fake. and MM begins to work on a babysitting schedule for Tumbleweed.
By the way, Savanto revealing the accent was fake. Pacifico reacted very normally to it.
Super normally.
So, Savanto practices some divination magic while he, MM, and Merriment begin a Splatoon-style fight in class. This allowed for Merriment to bond with an Inkling and decides to name him Desperado. The Exploration Club. They find a destroyed shrine to the dragons in the woods outside the school. Canvas brings the members of the embassy to inspect it. They determine that necromancy magic, specifically the negative energy flood spell, had destroyed the shrine. It had been destroyed in the distant past. They suspect Murgoxor's involvement, they compile a report, and they send it to the school. Everybody goes to the tavern for dinner and to hang out. Quinn delivers a letter to Pacifico from Dovin Bond. It's a copy of the incident that resulted in Canvas's arm being amputated. And then when everyone's returning home, John finds a letter addressed to him from Oko, of all people, who proceeds to taunt him when he tried to find him. And that's when John realizes that Oko intends to target Pacifico for his next challenge. Session 39. John informs Pacifico of the encounter with Oko, tells him what's happened, and they gather everybody to the Great Forest this time to discuss their next steps. Amy and Savanto, they return to the destroyed Dragon Shrine, and they're joined by Professor Lang and Deans Cayenne and Augusta Tullis. Amy's able to repair 3 tapestries, Savanto is taking pictures, and that they depict the dragons ending the Bloody Age, the building of Strixhaven, and their ascension into the heavens. Canvas and MM go to Kaladesh. They say hello to Kari and the Dragon Smile. They update him on what's happened. They try to find Depola, but they find that she's been missing. Specifically the whole time since Oko's challenge against Canvas. So they go back to Strixhaven, and Canvas, who's just completely swept up in emotions, leaves. Luke goes to Kaladesh to meet up with Dovin Bond and several new artificers and engineers that are part of this multiplanar project. He's able to convince the technology research team that they need to keep their focus away from weapons development and keep it towards aether poisoning research. And he's subtly planting the idea, fuck Dovin Bond, in their heads. Yeah, so when Luke returns from this meeting, Oko confronts him disguised as Pacifico. Oh, no. One of my favorite moments in this season.
Me.
Yeah.
I love it. I just love it. You dwarfy little bitch.
You dwarfy little bitch.
Like, honestly, it's so funny. I want to find ways to allow everybody to have an opportunity, because I just want to see, okay, how do all you guys play Oko? I'm real curious. But Luke, he's able to get Oko to tell him directly how the rules of the challenge work, and Oko threatens that should he interferes with Pacifico's challenge, he won't take the penalty from Pacifico, he will take it from Luke. And Luke decides to call an embassy meeting to tell everyone what happened. John suspects that perhaps Depola was taken to the wilds considering Oko's history there. And they agree to go to Eldraine to inform the king of everything that's happening. Session 40. They update the king. Pacifico and John return to school specifically to distract Oko, leaving Rowan, Amy, MM, and Savanto to start searching the wilds. Meanwhile, Murgoxor approaches Canvas while she's reading in the Galithal library, and the two come to a very strange understanding about each other. They admit how similar they are, and he offers her a place at his side. Oko confronts Pacifico disguised as Cadorus. He is wearing the ring, but Pacifico detects blood. He detects blood on him. So something ain't right here. When he leaves the office, he finds himself in a forest. He sees the Knights of Tavastion accusing him of attacking his brother Corona, his father's disappointment, and his mother just screaming at him in fury. Corona appears, but it's actually John. Everything and everyone that they had been seeing in that stadium, it was nothing more than a fey illusion. Rowan's group, they reunite with Node, and who begins to lead them a little deeper into the wilds. Node knows somebody who can bring them to safety and can possibly help find Depola. They do manage to avoid some of the creatures lurking around. They do get ambushed by some detached shadows. Pacifico ultimately wins his challenge against Oko.
Hits the shit out of him.
I mean, it was no fucking contest. I mean, I was like, seriously, like, I was building up this fight to be really epic, and yeah, Pacifico just air juggled his candy ass. So his prize for winning is the Martyr's Thorn Band, a ring that immediately takes effect and knocks Pacifico out. While this is happening, Oko takes this as an opportunity to fuck with Pacifico, fuck with Amy in front of a large portion of the student body, and decides to kiss Pacifico while he's disguised as Quintilius.
Bastard.
Yeah. And then the party that's in the wilds, they fight off the shadows, but more keep coming up. And that's when Node's friend appears, like a little golden light, and leads them to a safe haven where the Fae cannot reach. When they cross the threshold, this golden light transforms into a young man who calls himself Kellen. Session 41. The Eldraine team, they meet up with Kellen's mom, Elise, who offers to take MM into their home to rest. Elise is able to detect Depola's location in the southern part of the wilds, in Vrog's territory that is underground. Pacifico wakes up and identifies the ring that Oko had given him. Amy and Savanto return to Strixhaven, and they help him to try to find out what the hell happened to Cadorus. They're able to track him down, and they find that he's being treated at Batty Tracy's hut. He was attacked by some creature. His wounds solely on his left hand and arm, where he was wearing his ring. Rubina actually manages to find his ring, and it was thrown away outside of the stadium, with dried blood on the inside of the ring. The embassy meeting is called. Grayson's the first to arrive, having just returned from a business trip. And he's the first to see that, Luke is now gone, and his lab has been completely destroyed. Everybody is briefed on what happened, what's been found. They agree to go to Eldraine the next day. Rubina and Pacifico, they decide to go to Ravnica to analyze Cadorus' ring. And while they're there, they meet up with Officer Bear, and they find that they're being stalked by a Gorgon named Zasta, who was hired by Carla Sabatelli. Bear offers her to be under multiplanar house arrest in exchange for her ledger. For 1 month, she is to follow Pacifico. She cannot harm him or any incidents defined by him. Amy and Savanto find Quinn, and they interview him for the Strixhaven Star. You know, basically, we gotta try and clear up what the fuck happened at the stadium. Amy pulls Quinn aside and asks that they separate in order to keep him safe from Oko's machinations. Pacifico introduces Zasta to the embassy. He and Grayson walk away and talk. Grayson, confides in Pacifico his frustration at Luke leaving the way he did, and just how everything has been falling apart lately. So everybody gets ready. They plane walk to Kellen's home to begin the rescue mission to save Depola. Session 42. MM wakes up, she talks to Rowan. She's feeling guilty about what happened, but she returns to Strixhaven to fulfill her obligations to Canvas, to basically keep an eye on Tilana. Everybody returns to Kellen's home. They begin the mission. The party, they begin to venture into the mine. They're collecting some gems. They fight some redcaps. They find strange hair littered all around the cave. Some even grabbing Amy, Zasta, and John and pulling them into a new room below them. MM tries to catch up to the party, but she nearly falls into a freaking chasm. And that's when Canvas appears and saves her in time. The two, they decide to follow the party. Zasta, with her abilities, she transforms into a giant spider and uses this to bypass pretty much all the traps I had set up.
Food of us.
Yeah, spider.
Walks over the DMs.
Pretty much. So they find Vrog and Depala in the deepest part of the mines. MM makes her way to Depala. She planeswalks them away. Vrog tries to grapple everybody. They artfully dodge. And so, come session 43, we get ready for boss fighting. MM, she takes Depala back to Kaladesh. They recount what happened. Canvas shows MM some affection. Canvas, that's where they separate. MM goes to go back to the party. Canvas is still staying away from everybody. Luke returns to his lab to try to do some work. And that's when Grayson arrives. He was intending to clean up the lab when nobody is looking, but then, oh fuck, Luke is back. The Mopok begins to break down in front of him, but he does give Grayson a copy of the mental books, you know, like the prototype that he had made for Canvas a while ago. Grayson is not liking what Luke is becoming. Meanwhile, boss fight. Savanto manages to dive into Vrog's hair, and he snatches up the part of the mirror that he was responsible for holding. And MM does return to everybody. After a long fight, Zasta is able to rip Vrog's kaiju form into pieces when she becomes a kaiju herself. Amy, in a blind fury, kills Vrog with a pickaxe. Everybody returns to Strixhaven. Amy asks Kellen if she can just come back and see him, and John requests permission from Rowan to continue guarding the embassy. MM talks with Tilana about Canvas, even bringing up that Canvas has begun calling her dear. Back on Eldraine, Vrog's corpse is visited by two of Oko's henchmen, Faelwyn, the Wood Elf, and Jackie the Hag. They're now aware of what the party is capable of. Faelwyn is just disgusted by this group of people that Oko is just so interested in now. But Jackie reminds her that as long as they carry their pieces of the mirror, they still have the upper hand. Session 44. Everybody goes back to Strixhaven to sleep. Pacifico goes to the embassy to sleep. You know, he does not want to be in the same room with Quinn right now. And while everybody is asleep, Canvas returns to silently check on everybody. She reads a letter that MM had left for her in her room, as well as Luke's letter that he had left for her in his lab. And she asks Tilana for permission to pursue MM. Tilana sees no issue, just that she has to make things very clear to MM considering her current mental state with everything that has been happening. Canvas, she planeswalks back to her hideout in Kaladesh, Luke and Pacifico following minutes apart, and the three of them have a heart-to-heart. The embassy is updated on what has happened. During the Witherbloom workshop, Shuvaldri leads Amy to Roderick's resting place. That being said, there are signs it's more of a standard memorial. It should be a grave, but it is clearly empty. MM goes to Kaladesh to check up on Depala, and who is catching up with Canvas. That's when Canvas admits to MM that she's become attracted to her, but she reassures her love for Tilana, and tells MM if she wants to pursue Rowan, she's more than welcome to continue doing so. MM accepts, the two share a kiss, and we have our little polycule. Session 45, Silver Quill Workshop. Everybody is writing short-form horror stories. MM chooses to use this as a means to continue a story that had been previously written. MM tries to sneak her way to the dorms to see Tilana, but her invisibility got picked up by the dragon spies. Luke and Pacifico on high alert, but when they see that it's MM, they calm down. Savanto gives Pacifico some ketchup packs to pull a prank on Dovin Bond.
Oh my god.
It's all coming together.
Luke pulls Luke pulls Grayson aside at the embassy, and they have a heart-to-heart, the two coming to terms with the fact that they understand each other far more than they realize. And silently accepting that they have new ground, an art elemental begins to appear. The embassy is summoned, and they're like, okay, wait a minute, something invisible just showed up. What is this? And they manage to uncover it, and they find that it's an art elemental mascot. The mascot claims to belong to Grayson. It's a little thunder mouse. It's literally a mouse made of thunderclouds and a little lightning bolt for a tail. Pacifico pulls Cadorus to the side and tells him of his true feelings. He really doesn't see Cadorus as a lover. He's actually starting to see him more as a brother. Cadorus, given the fact that he just went through this traumatic event because of Oko, he's not taking this well and just storms off. Luke...
Man, when we get back to Mage Tower, it's going to make things very interesting considering the teams.
Yeah. Luke extends an invitation to Quinn to join the embassy, and pretty much he's like, Amy, Quinn, what you did was bullshit, get back together. So meanwhile, Alice makes her way to Eldraine, and she recruits the remaining Redcaps, and basically promises revenge for what happened to their Master of Rog. Session 46. Canvas finds Oko at a magical crooked cottage hidden in Eldraine while he's entertaining Failwind. She demands a deal from him, promising that he does not try to go after Canvas's family and loved ones in any way for a year. The embassy convenes to discuss inviting Quinn into the group. Everybody agrees. Luke and Amy, they talk to Canvas at her workshop in Kaladesh. Luke updates her on everything that's happened since their last encounter. Amy gives Canvas all of the homework she's been missing, and she even offers to have her mother, Kari, stay at her family farm for a much-needed vacation. Pacifico speaks with Zasta in his office at the base. He opens up to her about his various frustrations, including his relationship with Cadorus. And Zasta offers her own insights from just observing this group. MM recounts to Canvas what happened to her personally since she left, and she reveals that she's now afraid of Amy after seeing her violently killing Vrog. And then, exam time! So while everybody is studying, MM and Amy begin to hash things out, and Canvas realizes that MM's pendant is not activated. Luke investigates and discovers that the stone is gone. So then everybody has their exams, they ace their exams. Zasa and Amy, they visit Batty Tracy. Amy gets a potion for her for an idea for a costume. And Zasa introduces herself to the hag, showing interest in wanting to learn from her specifically. So everybody takes this as an opportunity to relax at the spa again. The Poly Girls, they enjoy some alone time. Zasta's dancing on the water as a spider. Pacifico, as he's relaxing, he really truly begins to accept that he is in fact not okay. And that is when a little white inkling squid appears in front of him. And the squid's name is Okay. Session 47, where the last session is basically fall festival shenanigans. So 3 new faces arrive. 2 alumni, Dina and Zamone, and Jackie Gord, who's here on behalf of another alumni who could not make it. Alice and Canvas have a one-on-one conversation. Canvas negotiates with her for MM to allow Alice to have control for 1 day out of the week. But she's gonna keep an eye on her to make sure that she's not doing anything behind her back, and she's not gonna do anything that's going to bring any harm to MM. She agrees, but only if the party doesn't try to contain or hold her back again. Canvas also agrees to take up Thistle's task on finding a suitable Fae body for Alice to inhabit. Everybody profits off of the lucky wheel, except for Savanto.
Oh, poor
Magic-
Savanto. Oh my
Magic
god.
crippling debt.
So, Amy, MM, and Zasta participate in the baking contest. Amy ultimately wins, but that's when Jackie recognizes MM on stage and goes on the offensive. So when the party pulled her aside, she explains that she and MM were once an item, but one night she was attacked and left for dead. And then Luke is hosting...
Specifically by Alice.
Oh, duh.
Specifically by Alice.
Yeah. Yeah, duh. Luke hosts a costume contest. So, Tilana, Canvas, and MM, they ultimately win first place by dressing up as, like, I think, what is it,
The crone. Yeah, the crone trio.
Yeah, the crone trio. Amy and John, Amy, Quinn, and John, they take second place. Amy dressing up as a love witch, Quinn dressing up as a black mage, and John wearing cat ears just to be the witch's hat, that witch's cat. Kadoris and Savanto take up...
Oh my god.
They take third place as Kadoris is dressed as a hot dog. Savanto is wearing an inflatable dinosaur costume. They say they're going as hot cock.
I hate it.
I love it.
And that's everything that has happened in Strixhaven. At least so far for this fall year. So join us in 2 weeks where we begin winter shenanigans.
When we say curriculum of chaos, we mean it.
Oh yeah.
It's really funny how we had to go compared to other recaps, we went through fucking how many?
Let me see.
20, 25?
Yeah, it was
26?
Yeah, we started hang on.
We started on 22.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, we started on 22 and we ended on 47.
Yeah.
So a lot happened this fall.
Honestly,
yeah.
that honestly probably doesn't cover everything, you know?
Yeah, mind you, this is a very abridged version of what happened, but it's a lot happened, a lot kept getting added on, and that is actually something I am looking to rectify for future seasons. Fall really should not have taken as long as it did. So, starting, in the winter going forward, I am gonna try to, cut it a little bit shorter and really have it, stay on point.
That being said, I'm gonna be surprised if some seasons still took at least half as long.
Yeah.
Especially because, in fairness, this one introduced a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We had Savanto, we had Oko, we had new students, we had new planes, we had new characters who were important.
Yeah, we had...
And that's on top of everything else that we had to do.
Yeah, we had a lot. But, suffice it to say, it's, about an hour has passed, so, I think it's time, again, if we have time, we can always come back and talk more behind-the-scenes stuff, because there's a lot of things that have changed and things for Strixhaven, but for now, let's move over to Boone. So, yeah.
We actually
Yeah.
need to wait a minute.
Oh, Boone's.
No, we don't.
Oh, okay.
Okay, the minute has
Y'all
passed.
vamped for the exact correct amount of time. Exactly perfect. I thought you like heard my chair and started transitioning. I swear to God.
Okay. All right.
I actually thought you heard my chair and started transitioning. So a few things have been happening. So in Ravnica, I'm going to be covering. I'm not going to go over the last session, which was the beginning of the most recent arc. Because I'm going to very cleanly be going over, well, as cleanly as possible, be going over the Kaladesh arc and the Theros arc. I may touch a little bit on the last session, but it's not going to be a big focus.
Mhm.
So, the Kaladesh arc kind of begins with the knowledge that Eliza's former guildmate, Arik, is in Kaladesh, and like the big story behind how Arik joins the cult of Bolus. The big story there overall being about how Arik being locked into this contract and wanting out, and the cult providing a way out is the big crux of it. We also find out a little bit about Hebron. Hebron's, especially his hatred for Ik, whose parents were responsible for his parents' death, which is fun.
There's a lot of
Good
parent deaths here.
Lots of parent death in Kamigawa.
What?
I mean, there is. Gamataki's parents died.
True.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
His whole clan died.
I didn't have a slip of the tongue. You had a slip of the tongue. Shut up. Anyway,
Don't gaslight me.
what's a gaslight?
It's a
Get rid of it.
Boy,
It's a district.
True.
So anyway, as the party ends up after the Spectre of the Gore House performance, which Arik kind of crashed, the party does go to Kaladesh. They have been already preparing for it, and their main contacts when they arrive there are a Murdoch Bloodia, who, as it turns out, was formerly worked for Amut. And with Amut returning to Kaladesh, Murdoch is working for him again because very loyal to Amut.
Very loyal to Master.
Yes. And there are other people in the rebellion, including consulate member Isaiah Veer, the nephew of one of the consulate members, who goes by the name Cinco. Totally not a Gundam reference. Trust me, guys. The consulate is really bothered by this one dude, Gundam Rakshasa, who is this dude in a mech, but they can't seem to figure out who he is. Anyway, I'm sure it won't be relevant to that.
oh my god.
And they also meet the person who kind of ends up serving as sort of the receptionist and the security for the resistance, Loki, and Loki's dog Shiro.
Bork.
Bork.
Who may or not be James actually in Strixhaven, polymorphed into a dog.
You don't know. It's impossible to know because I don't think Loki has showed up in Strixhaven. Anyway,
Yes, he has. He
Has
was
when?
the owner. He was the bar owner of the climbing tree.
oh yeah. That's right. He was the owner of the climbing tree. Bork. Anyway, so so we meet them, and we also develop a bit of a plan to get more information about what the consulate is actually doing and how to create issues for the consulate. What we determined is a good idea is for a bear to turn invisible, take one of the mortar things that is in the Resistance's base, and just blow a hole in the consulate building.
As you do.
Yeah, Cinco providing cover by way of going into the consulate building without issue, because family of one of the consulate members. And the party plans on this, like the others are sort of in the courtyard to make sure things go decently outside and such. Or the other party members. I think I might have said other consulate members, but that's not what I meant. But what ends up happening is that Bear successfully blows the hole in the building. What Bear didn't 100% count on is the fact that Urik is a ghost. So Urik has true sight. So Urik can see him. They fight. Bear is getting the upper hand of the fight. Urik does dip through the wall because Urik can turn translucent, but it is actually although Bear was getting the upper hand, it is a pretty even fight. The other party members are having to deal with them trying to lock down the courtyard, and they're having to find means to escape that as it's going on. And this sends the party a little bit more into hiding. But while most of the group is doing all of this, we have Tuffy, who actually is not in Kaladesh during this. Tuffy is actually Tuffy has brought the Dawnbringers and Tybalt and Simon, his cousin, to New Phyrexia, formerly known as Mirrodin. One of the Dawnbringers is actually from Mirrodin. And what ends up happening there is that they fight off some Phyrexians. They find Venzer's old lab. Venzer being the person who is inside Tuffy's head. And the good news about what happens there is that they find Venzer's body. The bad news is that cult member and former wife of Sivaris, Kotaili, found it first. And Kotaili has an offer for Tuffy. Well, if you provide me a valuable body, I'll give you this one back. That is something that has the potential to come up later on. But Kotaili does say, if you want to find me, you'll find me in Thunder Junction, a place that Tuffy has been before. Not necessarily of his own free will, but has been there. So, as we get back to Kaladesh, there's several attempts to acquire more information and evidence to sort of prove that people like the head of the consulate, Dovin Bond, are the bad guys and turn people to their side. What eventually, and of course Dovin is actually like bringing in people who are working for the cult to work with the consulate to squash this rebellion, including Hebron, who finds a way to capture Cinco. And as it turns out, Cinco is Gundam Rakshasa. Who would have guessed?
Total mystery, like gas.
Yeah, it's a big shocker, and it's a big shocker to his aunt. There's a meeting about executing him right then and there, and his aunt says, wait. We should make an example of this. We should do it. We should make a big announcement about it and do it in a few days. What the rest of the consulate didn't know is that what his aunt was doing was buying time. Because now that she knows who Gundam Rakshasa is, she's not on the consulate side anymore. So she arranges a secret meeting that winds up with Ik and a moot. And there's a very interesting dynamic between her and a moot during this meeting. The reason that that dynamic is so interesting is because they used to date. And especially considering the nature of Amut's relationship with Ik, it's a little bit awkward. Chaos ensues because Ik is here. Of course it does. So eventually what happens is, with the delay in time, it also gets used for Cinco to be able to escape. Because you see, Cinco is a planeswalker. So he's able to kind of dipify premium from the situation. So with all that happening, Dovin and Reek and Hebron are like, nah, we're not taking this lightly anymore. We're enacting martial law. We're going to round up people. And so they start rounding up people, and they have this device that is able to detect if someone is a planeswalker. The problem is its ability to kill people. It's a very experimental thing. You know, and the party had also convinced other consulate members, including Padim. Padim was easy to convince. Padim was convinced by, well, which side is the winning side? Oh, you guys have this? Oh, okay, so you're going to win, so I'm going to side with you. Padim is a bit of an opportunist. But
we have a bear.
But Baral and Isaiah are... Isaiah, for sure, we know, is pretending to be on side and waiting for the opportunity to do something. What the party didn't realize at the time was, like, the whole taking over of the security thing, that was what it took to convince Baral. And so the fight begins with Baral and Dovin, or Baral and Isaiah brawling with Urik and Dovin. And the party is on the streets saving civilians and fighting with Hebron, whose main task in life seems to be beating the shit out of Ik. That is the primary concern for Hebron during all this. And so Hebron is, but as a result, Bear happens, and Bear just beheads, as he is wont to do. And then Cinco shows back up, flying through the sky and crashing into the consulate building, which leads to fight with Dovin. Dovin ends up getting beheaded after being annoyed by a dog.
Good boy.
Which was his last words. His last words, I believe, were "Get this dog off me."
No, it's like, "Let go of me, you mangy mutt."
That was it. It was.
I love that his final words for him just being a bitch.
And then we have Urik. Urik, who doesn't really get so much beheaded in the same way as the others, but there's this there's this fight with Urik. The numbers game takes advantage. Urik was already dead in reality, right? Urik was essentially an artificially created Aetherborn. And Urik winds up basically dissipating into mist, and not even Urik's ghost exists anymore. So then the party gets to take a little bit of a break. Slight deviation from things, which includes which does in fact include well, I say somewhat of a break. Eliza gets to actually no, first we have to establish a new government in Kaladesh, which is no longer called Kaladesh. It is now called Avishkar. And going through the tapes that Dovinbon had of things that were going on, a few things get revealed. Dovinbon was definitely working with Geolis, was working with Anonymly, was working with various others, and there are a few reveals that happen. They is a creation of Dovinbon. And so is Bedrinus by way of somebody fucking that man.
Yeah. Dovinbon ejaculated and created a life form. Let that sink in.
Remember, if you feel like you'll never make it in life, just remember, someone looked at Dovinbon and said yes. I'll tap that.
And, like, Bedrinus being brought into the Demir was orchestrated by Anonymly. And also, it revealed to fucking everybody that Bedrinus was Demir. Because Anonymly don't give a fuck.
Everyone but one particular person.
Look, all I'm saying, the fact that Dovinbon pumped and dumped, somehow was not the biggest surprise to the cast. Well,
That person was very, very drunk.
You're talking about Bedrinus' mom.
She was very drunk. We understand it's not her fault. We understand that's not her fault.
So while that's going on, also Cinco is part of the new government, and so is his aunt. And there was also awkward conversations of like, why were you keeping this from me? It's like, because you were gonna react like this. Obviously.
You know what? Fair point.
And it's like, so while all this is going, Eliza needs a fucking vacation. And like the timeline is a little bit loopy because there's a couple of weeks where they're establishing the Avishkar government, and also this is happening at the same time, so everything's taking place over a couple weeks. So Eliza winds up going to Turkir. She goes to a spa in Turkir. She gets brought to Turkir initially by Cinco. She sees some wanted posters for Domri from the Dragon Lord Kolagon, who apparently just wants to talk to him, not mad. But there are wanted posters with bounties. Huh. Okay. And
that's a surprise, Joe. That'll help us later.
And then, and eventually she brings Tuffy there in order to also be able to relax. Tuffy doesn't get to relax very much because Eliza meets a dude named Sarkenval.
No. Oh boy.
And they hit it off pretty quick. They go into a separate room, but Tuffy has large ears.
Now's a good time to mention Tuffy's asexual.
Yeah.
Happy Pride Month.
So he hears them playing Connect 4. And
What? What?
Are you saying
that's-
it wasn't Connect 4?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, okay, interesting way to put it.
Are you saying it wasn't Connect 4?
I plead the fifth.
It was Connect 5.
Yes, it was Connect
It was
5.
hard cheesy.
I say they're sinking battleships.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Damn it, Bear, you sunk my
Okay,
battleship.
Bids. Okay, Bids. Okay.
Wow. Anyway,
Damn.
enough about. Anyway, enough about that. So they do things, and but you know, Tuffy also. Actually, Eliza's the one who meets Pacifico there, who is going to pick up some coffee. Pacifico will also be a surprise tool that will help us later. Pacifico, of course, being Tuffy's former partner and attending Strixhaven as a Silver Quill. What are you talking about? This is not the same character. Anyway, anyway, so they end up meeting, and Pacifico is investigating some things going on in Strixhaven that are weird. Eliza eventually a bunch of other people come to Tarkir, and they end up being able to tell Eliza. Another thing about Pacifico. Bear, during the course of investigating Dovin Bond, Bear and Badrinus go to Strixhaven to talk to Pacifico because Pacifico, due to his investigations during the time, has a lot of the files related to Dovin Bond's crimes. And so they get copies from him. This includes Bear helping scare off a bunch of people who were making him the center of attention, and this all also includes the help of a Witherbloom student by the name of Jackie Gord. What are you talking about? That's not the same character. No, that's not the same. It's not the same. Anyway, so Eliza in Tarkir ends up getting told that Badrinus is Demir, which got revealed to everybody by way of these tapes. And Eliza takes it well.
She kind of guessed it. Like,
yeah, she's like, I'm honestly not that surprised. I mean, you hang out mostly with a Demir person. I really shouldn't be surprised by any of this. So, this eventually leads to the party heading for Theros to find. Actually, before that, we have a lead into them going to Theros to find Anomaly, because Dorian Risk is doing things. Dorian Risk has already sort of recruited Bear into his stuff, and what he ends up telling Badrinus is that he intends to overthrow Lazav as the head of Demir because he has information that indicates that Lazav is working with the cult of Bolus. This eventually leads towards Gamataki looking into the Demir situation. And it leads Gamataki towards Ishimoto, who says, hey, if you want to know more about this stuff, I can't really tell you anything, but you should ask Zadok some questions. Gives some very pointed things to ask Zadok about. Gamataki asks some, is able to get Zadok to remember something about a riot, and Zadok has a bit of a trauma response to a lot of it, and it is at that point that we realize that his memories were manipulated. Dorian's were too, but that Dorian did so willingly, for reasons related to getting the chromatic star. But Bear was part of triggering those memories coming back. And a lot of the manipulation is part of the reason that Risk is like, I'm gonna do something about this. And it's like, right, so here's the deal. Anomaly's a problem. Zadok's a target, Zadok is staying here. Under our protection. So you guys and a few other people joining them that we'll get into as we get into more of the Theros arc. You group of people go to Theros to hunt down Anomaly. We'll hold things down here and get things started for dealing with Lazav. So the party, along with a few others, again, we'll talk about who they are during the Theros arc, go to Theros. In Theros, Bear basically uses his abilities from being the multiversal undisputed champion of Valor's Reach to hunt down where Anomaly is. And Anomaly is in the underworld. Arlington had joined them. He was prepared for this. He had suits for them to wear to be able to navigate the rivers without as much fear of bullshit happening. Which is it's part of the reason they had to arrange who was going, because they need to make sure they had enough suits. When they arrive in the underworld, Erebos has some games ready for them. In fact,
yeah. He's been here the whole time.
Yes, he has. And so the party gets ready for a game changer. They get put in these green rooms with each of their in each of their groups. There's 5 groups. 4 groups of 3 and 1 group that's just they, whose real name is Tori. So the first game that we get is going to be the first game that we get involves Ik, Tuffy, and Ishimoto, who is brought there because Ishimoto would be more of a target staying there without as much protection from the party and whatnot, but less of a target being with the party because Arlington doesn't know about. Yes, Ik, Tuffy, and Ishimoto. They investigate a well, first they play Erebos Says, and then that leads to a murder mystery that has been modified somewhat. It seems to originally be telling the story of the murders of Ik's parents, but the story has been altered in order to tell the story of someone else's murder. Not Hebron's, though. Although, in the case files, the murder of Hebron's parents, which the death of Hebron's parents does get mentioned. But it gets modified in that way. Also, Ishimoto has PTSD related to Goo Goo Gaga. The next game is Badrinas, Arlington, and E, who went with them, who insisted on going with them. Before the game, Anomaly shows up before Badrinas, trying to convince Badrinas to stay loyal to Lazav's Demir, basically. Doesn't work very well, kind of just makes Badrinas doubt herself a little bit more. But then we get to the game, and the game is that they have a fight against Arlington's twin brother Balthazar a representation of E's dad, Ulfnir, and a representation of the person Badrinas thought she had saved. There was a whole thing about this where, in reality, what you were supposed to do was fight the person fight someone else's enemy, because basically it's about receiving help from people in order to do things better. The party ends up winning in part because Arlington shuts down the entire field by going fucking psycho. And the end result is, well, the thing is, that wasn't a representation of Balthazar. That was the real Balthazar, which means Balthazar is stuck in the underworld. Wah, wah, wah. Which means he is functionally dead. And interestingly, it wasn't supposed to actually be the real Balthazar. Something weird is going on with these games. The next game sees Eliza, Ika, and Crichton Zerneus, who is this mysterious person from Theros who worked with a guy named Kythian, and now is sort of a messenger of sorts. He's a little bit Hermes, and well, he got to, and there's a little bit more to him that we'll touch on later, but they enter this sort of island survival game where they have to vote one person in the group to not win, but there's 3 other people in the group. Elspeth, Pythion, and Russell. As part of these games, by the way, they do end up recovering the sword that pairs with the sword that Kythian has. So he has the Sunblade and the Moonblade. During the course of this little island game, the people in the other games are able to watch, including Bear, who realizes something about Crichton, especially with his cloak no longer being on. Crichton's his brother. Who isn't named Crichton, is named Kirat. Bear also recalls having a sister, but doesn't know what happened to her. Notably, Crichton was working with the Demir. And so basically through the game, like, and Crichton starts to realize something's off too, because Crichton talks to Kythian, who doesn't remember anything about what he's talking about working with him. And it all seems very strange. And the group is like, we're in agreement, right? We don't trust this Russell guy. Because this Russell guy, he was like talking about having played before, and Erebos seems to not even, and when he mentions that, Erebos seemed a little confused by it. He's a little bit shady. It's like, yeah, we're all in agreement. And Kythian's like, I don't know, something's a little bit up with that. And throughout these conversations, Eliza ends up realizing that this Kythian is the exact same person as the person she saw die in the War of the Spark when she was a witty bitty baby. And that, of course, would be Gideon Jura. Now, there's a plan in place that occurs with the votes. So they end up going to what is referred to as a tribal council. Before this, by the way, the group had found several icons of immunity that are intended to be used here, but can also be used to resurrect people in other ways. which so they go to this tribal council. They arrange votes. There are so then Erebos asks if anyone has an icon of immunity, and Russell stands up and plays his and reveals himself to be anonymously. Interesting.
What a bitch!
No other icons of immunity get played. There is one vote for a so there end up being 4 votes for Russell, 1 vote for Eliza, and 1 vote for Gideon, which leads to a tie. They would normally have to revote, but Gideon offers to be the one who is voted out. There are lots of emotions relating to Eliza having to being able to accept loss. There's lots there. It's very fucking emotional. What happens?
Thank God that they did mute that. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't mute the aftermath of the vote. Like, fuck them for muting the actual voting music. They actually didn't have any rights to do that, but it is what it is. It's not worth it. But he tells them to make this count, which are words that are very familiar to Eliza. Eliza's more pissed at Anonymously than ever now. By the way, it turns out that 1 vote for Gideon was in fact from Elspeth, who Gideon had asked Elspeth to do it as an insurance policy against an icon of immunity, since they knew about them. Because Gideon was like, well, if we can't get him out, I'm the only one who should be here between all of you. So, if we can't get him out, make it me. In the aftermath of that, Crichton ends up in front of Bear, and the reveals happen, and again, emotions run high, but then Anonymously starts being a bitch, and he takes over my fucking game.
What a bitch!
He literally becomes the DM for the game, for the second to last game. Bear, Gamataki, and Aki, who is E's half-brother. And a Simic scientist. And they have to run through a series of puzzles, which ends up including this 2D platformer section. So, some of you who are watching this may think I'm joking. No, go watch it. I made a 2D platformer in D&D.
Anonymously's like, no, I made the 2D platformer in D&D. Get it right, DM.
Shut up, Asana. Anyway. Anyway, so he runs them through this gauntlet, and then at the end he's got Tori tied up, and he takes his knife and stabs in the air and opens the first omen path between Theros and Ravnica, and says, "If you guys want to leave, leave. Let me deal with this piece of shit." Our fight is our fight. They do untie him first, by the way, to clarify. Actually, no, he wasn't tied up. He was actually doing well one-on-one against Anonymously. It's like I'm offering you guys a chance to leave and not be part of this. Nobody takes it. It's like, okay. Then you all die. But Erebos shows up and it's like, surprise, motherfucker! I have changed the game again. Guess what? You don't get to fucking control that. You don't get to control this one. Fuck you. This is my game show, not yours. And there's been this Minotaur the whole time. Brendan Lee Minotaur. Who is also assisting the party during the end of this fight, and is like, "You're gonna get the horns, buddy." and so they fight against Anonymly. First he turns invisible, but Petrinus is able to see invisibility and shut that shit down. Then they have to fight him as a dragon, which was highly threatening. But they are able to band together and deal with that. Then
Power of Dragons.
Then he turns into this half-dragon hybrid dude. Stops calling himself Anonymly. Calls himself the Actor. He's been calling himself a god this entire time. And clones of him pop up. And there's like this whole spotlight thing that goes on. They do battle, and eventually they get down to where it's just the Actor. And he says... And he basically says, okay, Chasers, how do you want to do this? And they decide for Bedrinas to get the killing blow on him. He falls to the floor dead, and then, a few moments later, he gets back up. It is revealed that he wasn't fucking lying! He's the god of theater, and simply refers to himself as the Actor, because anytime he shows up, he's really only playing a role, so his actual name doesn't matter. But he does reveal Anonymly's real name, which is Asana. And he says, yeah, you guys probably have what it takes to complete this story. Okay. Let's see how that goes for you. Good luck. And he fucking leaves. After basically saying I had to play the role of a villain. There's no actual beef here. And Ick, of course, is like Ick friend.
Ick friend.
Because that's what Ick does.
Hmm.
And yeah, it's it is a little bit like, anyway. So it was responding to one of Gamataki's gifts. Anyway. So the party ends up, and this is where I'm going to skim through a little bit on the I guess I can just cover the last session. So then the party goes back to Ravnica. Immediately, Pacifico is there. Pacifico goes to Tuffy. It's like, hey, yo, one of my professors is saying some weird shit about you and your group. You need to come with me. And so Tuffy goes with Pacifico. The rest go to Orzhov to check in with what's going on with Risk and the people there. And turns out they were attacked, and there are 2 Dorian Risks right in front of them. Bear planeswalks away and then comes back and uses his world championship powers, using his wrestling championship powers to tell which one is the real Dorian. And the other one reveals himself to be Lazav, who invites them to have a conversation at his re-education center before leaving. In the aftermath of that, it gets revealed that some people turned up missing. A Moot is missing. Zadok is missing. And Eliza's very pissed about that one. There's a few other people missing. North was missing, but then North shows back up. And partially reveals what happened. Because basically they were taken, people were taken somewhere. A Moot followed and North went with him. A Moot got surrounded and told North to go. And that tracks with a Moot's behavior since becoming not evil. And so they reveal that, yes, the map that Lazav gave them to the Re-Education Center, that is accurate. And it's the same between everybody. And in the process of this, another of Eliza's husbands, Luke, the Dragonborn Boros cop, shows up. And it's like, good news, everyone! I know where the Re-Education Center is! And they're like, we have already figured that out. It's like, oh. Great. Well, I did find it, though.
Yup. Luke is finally getting some screen time.
Yes, we're getting the Luke content. And Eliza, having been pissed about this, pissed about all this happening, ends up going back home, checking on the husbands. Most of them are fine. Again, Zadok got scooped. And she's like, everybody stay here. Actually, Florence, you should come with us. We need a powerful negotiator. We need a forceful negotiator.
More so to help her also to restrain Eliza, because, yeah, she had no beef with Demir. Now there's beef!
Yeah, now there is grade A beef. There's grade A Wagyu beef. And as the party is getting ready to go to accept this invitation, there was a staff meeting that was happening in Strixhaven. A Professor Joust was having a meeting. It's like, there's this group, Professor Onyx, they're trying to kidnap you. Yeah, and I think we should be on the lookout for these chasers. Pacifico has told me a few things about them. You know. And you know, there are a few, and there's a professor from Silverquill, a Professor Raul Zarek, who's filling in for a Professor Kaya at this meeting. And it's like, right, I'll make sure to keep a lookout for everything going on. And another professor that's there is also like, yeah, I'll keep a lookout, and I'll talk to Pacifico about all this as well. And that is Pacifico's guidance counselor, Professor Bluetwig. Professor Crow Ash Bluetwig. Totally not the same character from Strixhaven, not in the slightest.
Stop looking back at the campaigns. They're not the same.
Stop. They're not the same. But eventually, Joust and Professor Onyx leave, and Professor Zarek and Professor Bluetwig have a conversation. It's like, kind of sounds like he's full of shit, yeah? It's like, yeah, it does. Yeah, especially since I'm actually the guildmaster of Is It? Yeah, these are kind of fucking lies. It's like, okay, so we definitely need to have a conversation with Pacifico then. It's like, get him to bring Tuffy here. So that we can, because I think he can get Tuffy here. So get him to bring Tuffy here, and we can have the conversation. It's like, all right, bet. And so the next session is going to pick up with Pacifico having brought Tuffy. And that's what's been happening in Ravnica.
Yay! God.
Yeah, lots of.
Alright.
Hey, Eliza, we're gonna take your man.
You're talking
Alright.
you're talking a lot of mad smack in fireball distance.
We're taking your mans.
John-
Like I said, why is this bringing Luke and Florence not because of protection, but to restrain her? They took her dad, they took her husband, and they took her cousin.
What's next? Are they gonna take her job?
Actually, no, they took my money.
Monsters.
But yay. Demir, the emotional arc as well.
An arc I mostly have to miss. I feel bad about that, but like,
I'm coming up with plans for how to handle this. I have some very, very good ideas for what we're gonna do.
cool. I believe you. I just you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's cool. Alrighty, so I guess at this point now, oh yeah, we're making good time. Okay, so, alright, we can talk a little bit about, like, any, like, shenanigans that have happened behind the scenes, things that, have changed, that kind of stuff.
So, you want to talk about the session that anonymously ran? You want to talk about some of the visual flair for that?
Okay, yeah, this was literally something I came up, like, at very last minute. I was just like, hey, what would be funny? Is if, like, we change, like, the game thumbnail, and we change, like, a bunch of the visuals, like the pre-stream visuals and shit, because we've got Anomaly as the DM. It's like, do you really think he just, like, just have him talking shit? So I literally went to Boone and I was like, hey, do you think he can write up, like, quick little things about each of the guilds, like, as Anomaly? And I whipped up these visuals specifically for that session. That was, like, a very last minute thing that I came up with. I was like, I think this could be funny.
Let's go over these little Easter eggs, shall we, with each of the guilds?
Sure.
So I'm gonna go in the order that I put them in our DMs. It's like,
Okay.
So first we go to Azorius. Ah, yes, the good guy, Demir. What were you guys doing during the War of the Spark again? So that is in reference to the fact that during the War of the Spark, the Azorius was under the control of Dovin Bond, and that's when Dovin Bond did the war crimes. That involved siding with Bolus. So that's what that's a reference to. Basically calling them hypocrites. Then what he has to say about Tamir. Home sweet home. With Rakdos, he says, surface level performers, really? Less artistry, more baseline endorphins. That was intended to be part of the clue of him being the god of theater. That was, in fact, intended to be a clue towards that.
Okay.
Gruel's is pretty simple. Hello, bear. Because Beratek was originally Gruel, which is the old identity of bear. Then for Celestia, I feel bad for them if they had enough screen time in this campaign to feel anything for them.
We need more. Yeah, I agree. Sliznia needs a little more love.
I have ideas. Don't worry. Then Orzhov. I'd like to talk to you about your extended afterlife warranty.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually got a little giggle out of that.
Then is it? They probably made the thing you're watching this session on. Then the Golgari. I'm only so mad at Ick by now. Her parents have already paid for what they did. Then to Boros. Let's just hope Gamataki doesn't have to get in a one-on-one fight this session.
It's just funny because he got into quite a few and he came out on top.
Yeah, he was finally winning one-on-one fights. As soon as Unaudibly started trash talking him.
Yeah, listen, taunt to get bodied will always be a true combo.
And then Simic. You're all so interested in the truth until you actually find it. Then you look like you want to be lied to again. Especially you, Badrinus. Very pointed. And there's a funny detail that Danny didn't realize when putting these notes on here.
Mm-hmm.
So Danny put them on in a font called Vinerhand ITC, and that's a font that I used to use in all of my videos on my YouTube channel. Like, that used to be the Boonslayer font. So it's an extra level of meta joke. And I, in fact, used to change the color of the font based on if someone else was speaking in that text.
Nice.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger behind the scenes
Huh.
details.
Alrighty. Okay. I got a fun little behind the scenes thing, like so this is mostly so this is stuff pertaining to Oko. So I know I've told you guys, like, you the players, this before, but we haven't told the audience. So so like, yeah, like, as part of the challenges for Oko, so the thing was, okay, if you win, you'll get, like, a prize. Or, like, and that prize could be anything, really, whatever I came up with. But should you lose the fight or break the rules, it's an automatic loss. And the penalty for that is that he was going to take, like, he's going to take somebody's loved one and dump them in the wilds. So, pretty much, like, whenever you would be going against Oko's henchmen, that's a potential rescue mission. Like, as we saw with what happened with Depola. Now, with Pacifico winning his fight, obviously, well, we don't have to worry about doing another rescue mission on Pacifico's behalf. But, yeah, if Pacifico had lost that fight, I had decided that the person that Oko was going to take, it was going to be Pacifico's brother-in-law, Fran.
Rude.
Yeah, so I was like, so I thought that was fun. Here's another random little fact that I think I'm not gonna scrap the idea completely so much as retool it. You know, just because the prospect behind it, I'm like, we gotta do something like this at some point, but given what's happened in the campaign now, it's like, I kind of gotta rewrite this. So, I know I had told Jen this a while ago, and a potential idea that I had for Oko for this year as a means of fucking with the embassy was that, he does shenanigans, disguised as people. And one of the things that I was planning on going to do is he's going to disguise himself as an embassy member, go to the campus temple, and just destroy the place. But because, you got the dragon spies outside stuff, and the dragon spies, they can detect invisible enemies, so okay, they can't, Carla can't get by, but there's no way for them to really detect if it's really that person or not, and Oko was going to take advantage to that. So, whoever it was that he was going to take the image on, you're pretty much, desecrating a church. That's a massive fucking no-no. So it's like, okay, we gotta consider, this is, grounds for expulsion. So in an effort to save this embassy member, basically you guys would have to be like, well, we figured out that it's Oko, but we gotta bring, some evidence and stuff to show that it's not really this person, that it's indeed Oko. So basically we're kind of going Phoenix Wright. So it's this is the part that I want to keep, basically doing a trial. Because how can you have a character who is a fucking lawyer and not have a trial? So I do like the idea of a trial. I just think I need to rewrite it and, probably most likely not have it be Oko related. So it's it's basically kind of retooling and figuring out okay, how can I fit a trial in at some point in this campaign? So it's
we do need Pacifico to say objection at some point.
Yeah, so it's something like that. So I totally love the idea of the trial. I think the reason why I decided, I needed, rethink this thing was because the original plan, believe it or not, he was going to frame Kadoris. Because one of Kadoris's extracurriculars, which I really haven't touched on, he is part of the Fine Arts Club, specifically with sculpting, statue carving, that kind of stuff. So he was gonna go in disguised as Kadoris and using some of the stone carving tools as part of the destruction and leave that behind as evidence. Ultimately, I said, yeah, no, I can't do this to Kadoris because Kadoris has been through enough shit as is. It's Kadoris is not going to become the torture porn character. No, I'm not letting that happen. So, pretty much, once all this other stuff started coming up, with Pacifico's challenge and shit, in the back of my head, I'm I have to let this trial idea go. So, that's a fun little thing that, an idea that I had possibly for this year, but, yeah, no, I'm scrapping it. If I can find a way to tool a trial in, I will, because I do like that idea, but it's most likely not going to be Oko related anymore.
Which I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, Oko bad, but
Well, Oko has gotten a lot of screen time in the fall, and that is something I'm actually trying to tone down, especially now in the winter, because I mean, don't get me wrong, he was introduced, so it's okay, it kind of makes sense, and we do got to give him a little bit of screen time, because he is very much a wild card type villain. But it's he was far more active. Meanwhile, the main villain made one appearance. I need to correct this.
In fairness, to that credit, Mrgaxer is a character who has been working in the shadow. we learned about him very late into year one.
Mm-hmm.
I stress that we learned about him late into year one. Like
Basically,
we
at the
might
end of
have
year
had
one.
appearance for him, but we didn't know who he was until we like basically he was forced to take off his cloak. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm not. I don't want to say necessarily. Oh man, the secretive big evil bad guy is biding his time and waiting for the right time to strike and blah blah blah. You know, it makes sense.
Like Geolis does that too.
Yeah. And Geolis isn't even the main bad guy, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean,
Your
even...
silence is making me scared.
Yeah. So I mean, that's like I said, like, you know, if I could find a way, to fit a trial in there at some point, I totally want to do it.
I do think I think the real thing that like definitely made Oko a lot more prevalent was the simple fact that roll the dice, the first one to have their challenge was Canvas,
Mm-hmm.
and Canvas's one was deemed a loss.
Yeah. Yeah, so that had a lot of consequences. Like, it had a consequence, but a massive fallout.
Yeah.
But it was good character development, too.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree. Like, I like that. Because, like, I know one of the things that I told these guys was, like, you know, okay, yeah, year one, it was all about, you know, bringing everybody together, you know, all, like, starting to introduce things, that kind of stuff. But then come year two, it's like, okay, now that we're getting the full party together, we need to start, you know, pushing you guys and like really start like, you know, testing your limits and shit. And it's like, yeah, like the fact that it's Oko that's like kind of starting that, like it makes sense. Because I mean, he's doing a pretty bang up fucking job right now, but it's just at the same time I'm like, he cannot be the only one doing this.
Yeah.
Ooh, bless myself. Because it's like, you know, again, it's like, yeah, we need to, yeah, like, we've brought Dovin Bond back in, and he's becoming a lot more prevalent, so it's like, which is good. I do need to, yeah, like,
Orca.
we've got hints of Orca, and, you know, so I definitely gotta bring her back. And it's just, yeah, like, it's just my thing with Murgaxor, it's like, yes, I want to play him like, yeah, this is a guy that's in the shadows, but it's like, I really need to show, like, this guy's a big fucking threat. So it's like, yeah, we gotta get him a little bit more active. Like, still in the shadows, but really show that, like, oh no, he's not just gonna be like, I'm just gonna gather lackeys and have them do everything for me while I just sit on my ass all day. It's like, oh no. He's gonna jump into the fray too. So that's why, so I think, like, starting in the winter, it's like, yeah, don't get me wrong, Oko will still be active, but he is going to considerably take a back seat.
Let's not forget, like, we still have 3 more things going to get through this year.
Mm-hmm.
3 more challenges that, like, he will have a present.
Yeah.
There's no way for him to not have a presence. I guess we'll figure out how Danny cooks with that.
Yep.
Yeah, there also were reasons that because I guess do you mind if we share this about like with Pacifico's challenge about it kind of getting moved up?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, so initially, like, I had always planned that Canvas was going to be the first one. That has always been my plan. And it's like, I had, like, a set order, like, in mind, like, okay, Canvas will be first, and there'll be this person, we'll go further and further down the line, and then Pacifico, I was initially planning for being towards the end, but considering that, with, Pacifico or with Boone being like, yeah, no, I'm gonna try and sabotage all this shit, that's where I was just like thinking, considering that Oko's been watching them because he is trying to use their weaknesses and stuff against them in their fights, that's why it's like, yeah, Canvas is afraid of like massive storms and such, so what does he do? Summons a tornado. During the Pacifico fight, he was going to use, like, fire magic, and he was going to use, like, all these, like, weird, like, spells and such to, like, fuck with his head, like, kind of bring out the rage, bring out the monster in front of a crowd. So it's like, but, yeah, like I said, none of that fucking happened. But yeah, so because of all this shit happening, that's where I was just like, would Oko really sit by and just feel like, yeah, I'm just gonna let Pacifico do all this, like, subterfuge behind the scenes to try to get around me? So that was when I had to make the decision. I'm like, okay, Pacifico, you gotta be next, because you're getting a little too active for Oko's liking.
Like, it makes sense. It makes sense for Pacifico to become the target because Pacifico is like, it's like, I've got to get the lawyer out of the way now.
Mm-hmm.
I seem to have underestimated his legal acumen. No matter.
Yeah, there's, like I said, like, so Boone I think, were you the one that initially approached saying, like, hey, can I do a thing, like, where I get, like, I play as, Oko and I get to, like, fuck with Luke?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, like, Boone initially, came to me with that idea, and I was just like, yes, do it. And then, like I said during the recap, I think, like, for the fall season, that was, like, my favorite moment. It was just so hilarious.
I loved that.
And the thing is, I did that, one thing I did was, I was already planning on having Pacifico's, like, voice get a little bit deeper over time. And I actually started in that session having the real Pacifico's voice be a little bit deeper. And I actually did the higher voice for Pacifico, because that was like the voice that Oko knew for Pacifico. But Pacifico's voice has gotten a little bit deeper. So it was intended to, I did that intentionally so that it would be able to sound to people like it was Oko doing an impersonation of Pacifico.
Mm-hmm.
I also had him act differently. I had him act like sort of a Flanderized version of Pacifico's attitude.
It's like, how to do the gay thing? How to do the gay thing?
I'm pretty.
I think Oko knows how to do the gay thing. I think he knows how to do the gay thing.
My headcanon is that Oko is bi as hell.
Yeah, I don't think acting gay is a stretch for Oko.
Yeah, speaking of which, like, when it came to Pacifico's challenge, like, I actually approached Boone, like, because we were talking about, because like, Boone was giving ideas and such for, okay, when we get to Pacifico's challenge, what if we did this, this, and this? So it's like, because I know, like, with Canvas's challenge, that was all me. I did not go to Beans to come up with that, so that was all me. The Pacifico challenge, it was a collaborative effort between both Boone and me for that one. So I mean, ultimately, I think this is now just kind of just become like, if there's something that, like, you guys, if there's something specific that maybe you want to happen during your challenge, let me know. Otherwise, I'm more than willing to whip up things, because I've already got ideas for, like, how to handle some of the challenges later on. But, yeah, so when Boone and I were coming up with ideas, ultimately, the idea did come up with, could Oko use, Pacifico's romance with Kadorus against him? And I did go out of my way and ask Boone, like, okay, what's your limit on some of this stuff? Because it's like, the last thing I want to do is be like, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, roleplay this situation and make Boone, like, extremely uncomfortable. So I literally said, okay, are you okay with, Oko trying to seduce Pacifico as Kadorus? And if you are, how far are you willing to go? So, I mean, we did have that discussion. And, ultimately it was like, in a way we did stick with it, but at the same time, it was just like, it wasn't with Kadorus. Like, it started it that way, but then, like, when we got to the end of the fight, I was like, okay, this whole challenge got fucked real quick. So I was like, there's gotta be a way I can redeem some of this, and, like, literally, like, kind of at the end, I was just like, okay, what if it could just be, like, it's just, he kisses him, but he does it disguised as Quinn, who he had a crush on in year 1. So it's like, and you're in front of people. So it's like, oh, that's fucking evil. Cause it's like, yeah, that would not only fuck with Pacifico and Kadorus, it would fuck with Quinn and Amy. People would be like, oh my god, there's some weird, like, cheating shit going on, and, like, really damaging their reputations. So I was like, oh, I can work with this.
Like, oh my god, he's a homewrecker.
Spider-Man homewrecker.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, ultimately, like, that, like, a whole bit, like, it could have gotten, and I had Boone's blessing. It could have gotten a lot worse. Like, it could have gone, like, full-blown makeout and shit. Like, it probably even farther than that, but it ultimately didn't. But I did have, so that's where it's like, make of that what you will. But yeah, that was something behind the scenes that Boone and I were thinking about.
Yeah, and the thing that's important with that is that we had discussions about about how we were going to handle it, and we also knew that we were doing it for the purposes of storytelling, what the storytelling purpose of it was as well.
Yeah.
So we were very careful about the way that we handled these situations. And the thing is, there are some other long-term developments where we kind of knew where the goalpost was for some of that long-term stuff. And sometimes the developments in between are what direct us to how we're getting to those long-term developments as well.
Yeah.
Like the way we play it out as well. For instance, the fact that it turned out the way it did has an impact on certain other long-term developments with the arc that we have in mind with Pacifico. So we're both playing it by ear and planning it out, which is a beautiful it's a beautiful thing, because it ends up with you being able to be surprised but also having a lot of coherence going on that sometimes people don't expect.
Yeah, but like that was where I had to make doubly sure with Boone, just because I have watched plenty of, like, Crit Crab and, Crispy's Tavern and, like, all the other D&D channels where all they do is they tell the freaking horror stories that people have shared of, like, D&D experiences on Reddits and shit. And it's like,
when is Savanto ending up on that channel?
It's like, unfortunately, so many stories involve, like, people being like, oh yeah, I want to graphically depict sex, especially when it's between, like, other players or something, and it makes them really uncomfortable. And I'm like, I do not want to be that kind of DM that allows that shit.
and people not having conversations about what they are and are not willing to do, or having those conversations and those conversations being ignored,
Mhm.
which is one that I've seen a lot with some of these, where it's like, okay, you've really crossed the line by doing that.
Yeah. So. Oh yeah, fun things.
Like, I cannot stress enough. Over the table conversations do make for better D&D. You can have them, and you can plan things with your DM. Communicate, people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I know Boone.
Almost.
Boone and I have got a lot of things planned. TP and I have got a lot of things planned. Jen and I have got a lot of things planned. I know Beans and I were planning a lot of stuff with Canvas that's already happened. But Beans is I think Beans is the kind of character. She's the kind of player where it's like, I guess, play it as it goes. Because I was like, yeah, like I got the polycule thing. That was originally not intended. That one just came up like out of the blue, and I remembered it was like, yeah, Beans and TP were like, I think we can do this. Do you want to do this? And like they literally like, it's like, yeah, that one started. So when that happened, it was like, yeah, it did kind of come out of the blue a little bit, but it was something that they were planning.
But at the same time, sometimes it's just like something unexpected comes to mind as you play things out, and then you make a plan to do more with it long term. And some of what we've done has been that as well.
Mm-hmm.
While we're here, I might as well say this. I think the reason why that came up ultimately was thanks to a comment that of all people Dana made. So, hi Dana, you helped influence the Strixhaven campaign. How do you feel?
Good about it. I'm pretty happy.
It gets happy to influence plot.
Yeah, and like I
do a good job.
Yeah,
Help.
Yeah, and it's like I know Realms and I, there's stuff with Savanto we've got planned. Like, like there's like there was an idea that he had proposed, and I'm like, oh my god, we totally got to do something. I just gotta find a way to fit it in, and like be like, okay, where and how can I fit it in? And I'm like, I know how we can do this. It's gonna happen in winter. So yeah, there's some Savanto shenanigans coming down the pipe that we've got planned.
Finally, the two Aquarians are gonna share a brain cell.
The Pisces and the Aquarius sharing a brain cell. What could possibly go wrong?
Everything.
I am so looking forward to what it has to. What
Also, real talk. I'm willing to say this on stream. I don't care. Realm. If Pacifico and Savanto ever get a tag team, how you want to do this? Sharknado needs to happen.
Yes.
Ironically, I found some zodiac sign TikTok videos, and there's this one of a tornado, like the zodiac signs during a tornado. Aquarius is the tornado.
Oh, good. Oh,
I
good.
am the storm that is approaching.
Okay.
Savanto and Pacifico duet.
Well, now I have that song in my head.
Bravo,
It's a good song.
gig.
Wait, I hear the one villain. Wait, I hear boss music, but it's not mine.
Oh god, yeah. Oh.
Spider-Man 2 pizza theme.
Yeah, oh my god, like it's like it's like, you know what, like, you know, while we got you here, I guess, like, you know, we might as well, because, yeah, like, this was the year that, like, yeah, like, almost the entire party was introduced in year 1, except for Savanto, and you absolutely insisted, because I even asked, you know, do you maybe want to introduce Savanto in year 1 and then have him come in officially in year 2? And you were like, no, bring him in year 2. So
now let him cook.
yeah, so I guess, like, since I got you here, like, I guess for, like, behind-the-scenes, shenanigans and stuff, like, yeah, is there, like, anything, like, you want to talk about as far as, like, your creation of Savanto? Like, you know, inspirations or anything like that.
What hell we hath wrought.
Yeah, like, what the hell were you thinking when you made Savanto?
Wow.
What did you do? What did we do to deserve this?
Yeah. Oh my God. You scared. Ralphie scared Dana with Savanto.
Everything I see of Savanto brings me fear.
So, like,
You're too chaotic for Dana!
Okay, so a big part that I wanted to do with Savanto was just kind of similarly to what I kind of like in a way that I handled Kedra, where like he was a bit of the antithesis. He was a bit of like the antithesis of like what the usual stereotype for the class that he is supposed to be. Like, so of course, like the big thing with paladins, the stereotype is they're lawful stupid. Kedra was the exact opposite of that. Meanwhile, Savanto being the rogue, which totally would, yeah, you totally get that from his character, but like that's also kind of the point, and also a bit of the joke with him as well, where like I wanted to have a character where like yeah, he has like the rogue, like he of course is a rogue, but like he's not the typical like rar edgelord, hate everything, super antisocial, doesn't like anyone, no charisma whatsoever, and just make the exact opposite of that. And given that this was also a bit of a school setting, I figured it would also work really well if there was at least like a class clown type of dude.
Yeah, so like you're you're a rogue playing as a bard, essentially.
Yeah. Savanto has an identity crisis. Please help.
It's a great identity.
You know, yeah, but
it's also like
it's like, yeah, because I was about to say, it's like, as hilarious as that is, and it is very hilarious, at the same time, it's like, yeah, there have been some moments where it's like, we've been able to catch Savanto being a little bit more serious.
Yeah,
they've been very rare though, but again, we're at the beginning, so it's bound to come out a little bit more later on.
Yeah, well, that's also the thing too with comic relief characters, because it's like the biggest thing too, and this is something I've noticed with like I think every single character I've made for D&D campaign, like they feel very side character coded. Like, I feel like that's just a thing I've done with every one of my characters when it comes to a campaign. They feel very side character coded. And I feel like for, say, a character that is mainly comic relief, having them, like, be as more of a side character is kind of important, because you don't want to overwhelm the audience with, you know, constant non sequiturs over and over and over again. Like, you need kind of that brevity away from that a little bit, so that way when they do come along to, you know, relieve the tension with comedy, it feels, you know, it doesn't feel like it overstays its welcome. It doesn't feel like it's, you know, it's super annoying and tone changing.
Yeah.
But also, you want them to have something outside of just being the ha-ha funny guy. Otherwise, they just kind of come off as more one note, and then whenever they come into the scene, it's like, oh boy, we're doing this again.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Plus, Savanto just seems to be a silly guy when like the party is down, or like if somebody's actually being sad.
Yeah, exactly. He's the comic relief. He's here to relieve the tension. That's the point of comic relief.
Also, like, something I kind of like is during that whole entire arc where like we were trying to find Depala. You know, like everyone was, like all the main cast was basically like Campus left, Luke left, MM was despondent, and
Yeah, it's like
and
all
then
that,
she
like, Amy's freaking out because all this shit is because of Oko. Pacifico just went through his own fucking trauma. And then there's Savanto, who was, like, not dealing with any of this shit.
it's not like everything.
Pacifico is arguably still a mess.
Yeah, but like less of a mess.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have a character who's dealing with less of the, with even if not none of the mess, less of the mess, and that helps alleviate the tension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know there are instances where Lucas just considered himself like, you know, the glue that holds the group together, but like there are instances where like when he can't do that job, Savanto ends up filling in that role.
There's various ways that people in this group wind up gluing things.
Mm-hmm.
Very sticky group of people.
Mm-hmm.
Savanto,
Got a
keep
lot
your
of
mind out of the
glue.
gutter.
Got a lot of glue.
Well, and that's like, and yeah, like, and I know some of the things that, like, yeah, like, so Savanto with the changeling shit. So it's like, because I actually, so again, behind the scenes, so on Roll20, I've actually created 2 sets of tokens for Savanto, and they're all like the multi-face ones. One set is specifically for all, like, you guys, the players, and like your classmates, and then the second set of tokens is like anything else. Now, I don't think you've really busted out, like, the first token, because, like, most of the time, like, when you're using the tokens, you're turning into, like, Donkey Kong Beaver, or the little robot.
The little repo guy.
Yeah. Both
I still love the one.
Yeah.
I still love the one joke. Could be like, "Hey, Savanto, how did it feel to be in the arms of a big, strong man?"
I can be a big strong man.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like, don't get me wrong, like, it's very funny, like, like, Donkey Kong Beaver will never not be funny. But it's like, I am waiting for, like, you know, something to happen where it's gonna be like, yeah, for some reason, you're like, I'm going to masquerade as Amy, and I'm gonna do some shit. And it's like, but it's not Oko level shit. It's like, oh no, this is actually, like good funny shit.
Yeah, no, like the other idea that
Like,
I
possibly even something that helps them in a way that they wouldn't help themselves that he notices.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, like, Savanto is, I'd say, somewhat, I guess if him and Kedra have anything in similarity with each other, it is the fact that they are kind of tricksters, but more so that, whereas Kedra is more strategic with his planning, for Savanto, it's practical jokes, it's pranking, and he will 100% go for a prank, especially if it helps out.
Yeah, like, it's like, yeah, when you gave those ketchup packets to
I think
Pacifico.
one thing we've learned in the fall, too, is that Pacifico's got a little trickster in him, too.
Yeah, that's where he's like, hey, Pacifico, take these ketchup packets when you go to Kaladesh, and put these on the toilet. And like, when that happened, I'm like, you do realize you just now I have to create a map for, like, Dovin's office. Like, I could just go on, like, you know, a Google and try and find a map, but it's like, now you guaranteed, like, I have to make a map with a toilet in it now.
Not just that. Also, we need to put some crepes in his office.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, son of a bitch.
How many campaigns have needed a specific toilet map?
Up until Until now, none. This is the first one where I'm like,
I'm sure there is some point in history where a campaign has needed a specific toilet map.
but no, this one absolutely needs a toilet, and it's all because of Savanto.
Also, I can confirm there are in fact more caps in Ravnica than there are in Strixhaven.
Oh, that. Speaking of the two campaigns, you might have noticed that there are some characters that appear in both.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's.
What are you talking about?
You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
That fucking pigeon.
That fucking Dave.
Yeah.
Speaking of fucking Dave.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, one of these days, Dana, like, when your hand feels better and, you know, you don't have any, like, other commissions or something, we gotta get you to, we gotta commission you to draw Dave the pigeon.
I've never drawn
Dave
a
the
pigeon before.
Dave the pigeon holding the camera.
Yeah, that's all.
And not an anthropomorphic pigeon either. A regular pigeon.
Yeah, a pigeon,
Regular
a
pigeon,
pigeon, a pigeon holding a camera, and that's Dave.
Amazing.
But yeah, so like, yeah, as I'm sure when you noticed when we were doing the recap, so it's like, yeah, we started having some characters doing a little bit of crossing over. That being said, though, we're also making it very clear that, yeah, while sure, some characters from the Ravnica campaign may show up in Strixhaven and vice versa, the two campaigns are in no way connected. So it's like, so when Boone and I were doing this, we were like, you know what, like, we can have some characters cross over for cameos, but let's try and do something like, there's something different about them to, like, really cement that, okay, this is not the same character.
In essence, there's a little bit of multiverse theory going on with, like, these being two separate universes.
Yeah.
Is the root of where we're doing that. Like, for example, Pacifico is a very different character in Ravnica than in Strixhaven. Like, he still attends Strixhaven, don't get me wrong, but, like, one of the key differences is, like, what if Pacifico had stuck to Silver Quill? What if Pacifico was way more nerdy? Like, and, you know, what little we've seen with Jackie Gord, there are also differences with Jackie as well. For one, a very different color scheme. One is shiny, one isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That one was. I have to talk about Jackie now, don't I?
Yeah, go on ahead.
God damn it. Okay. So part of the differences, like when we were discussing this at first, was like, you know, there's probably a counterpart for all the Strixhaven cast in the Ravnica campaign. You know, there is a Pacifico. There is probably a Luke. There is probably
I mean, the thing is, there isn't a Luke. There is a Croash.
Yeah, you're right. There's a Croash. There's like, when I thought about that, I was like, but how would a different MM be? And I thought about it because, like, part of the reason MM is at Strixhaven is effectively because of Alice, but we could have it be that in this continuity, that never happened. There either is no Alice, or she never effectively attempted to body snatch MM. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, well, that rules out the idea of MM being in Strixhaven. when we do that. So I was like, in place of, the party and I thought, what if it was the party and a different character? So I just figured, you know what? Let's do Jackie. Let's do Jackie there because I think that would be funny, and we didn't exactly have a Witherbloom student. Granted, I wasn't expecting something like Croash being a professor, and I don't know if Savanto or Amy are in. That is up to you two, I suppose, Jen and Realm.
Yeah.
And Boone. But I'm sure if they were Boone, they would tell you. Because I did discuss this with Boone, by the way. I did present this idea to Boone before we did anything,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't just throw her in there to throw her in there, This was a thought. So, then we go over to the Strixhaven campaign, and we see Beans play Zasta. And that got the brain juices flowing. It's like, okay, so people having a second character
And
is not
it's like
off the table.
Yeah, and honestly, like, we could probably, like, I mean, yes, we can thank Canvas, but we also definitely need to thank Letter for that, because Letter pretty much took Merriment as his own and ran with it, and I'm like, you know what? He's doing a better job than I could have, so I'm like, I am not one to complain.
I'm not complaining either. Like, Merriment became just, Letter has definitely made, like...
Yeah, he has made Merriment his own, and I am loving it. So that's where it's like, really, it's like the two of them, really got that going, where it's like, oh yeah, we can play second characters.
Yeah, and so after that, I was like, okay, who do I want to be? I thought about it for a hot minute, and eventually I pitched the idea to Danny, and I knew how I wanted to integrate Jackie into everything as well. Because these are not the same campaigns, these are not the same characters. Jackie probably has a bit of a difference. Well, it just so happened that recently I also commissioned I had commissioned art of Jackie, but using, you all know I base most of my characters off of Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And Jackie, her Pokemon based inspiration is Gorgai. So I had recently commissioned the shiny palette, Jackie, but having her colors be based off the shiny palette rather than the regular one. Also worked out that I think I also recently caught shiny Gorgeist in Pokemon Legends ZA. So
Me too.
Ow.
Man, can you guys imagine if I had a second character in Strixhaven?
That'd be insane. Imagine there being a second Savanto.
Oh god, imagine. Realm, hear me out when I say this. You bring in Rayana for Strixhaven.
I mean, the thing is, there's going to be a second Savanto. Jackie's right there.
It's funny because literally, if we're just going by Rise to Superior stuff, Ryota 100% could show up in Strixhaven.
Well, that's where it's like, so, Letter's already taken helm on Merriment, so I think, like, unless he wants to bring in a third character for next year, I mean, I'm not against it, but I kind of imagine he's not going to. But, yeah, we've got...
I think 3 is probably a bit much.
Yeah, but it's like, but yeah, like Beans is bringing in a minor character for next year, and now TP is doing one. Boone is hopping board on that one. He's gonna bring in a character. So I mean, that's like, so yeah, like Gen Realms, like if there's a second character that you'd like to bring in for like a third year freshman, that's your call, but if you want to, go right on ahead, because everyone else is jumping on it. It's like, if everybody else is doing something, you should too.
You should at least be given the opportunity to.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to, then you don't have to.
Yeah.
However,
It's something to definitely mull over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got more than enough time to figure that out.
Yeah, and you don't even have to necessarily bring it for third year. There's fourth or fifth.
True.
You know, you have
I will-
time. Though I will say,
I will.
fifth year is probably a little too. It's definitely like.
Yeah, I think
you
like,
won't
but
have as much-
I think probably after like year 3 or something, like unless there's a character that you want coming in later. I mean, it's like I would think like after this next batch, it's like, okay, we got enough new freshmen. Let's now focus on the fucking cast we have, because Strixhaven already came with a large cast of characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I also like the idea if we do want, like, it doesn't have to be a student. We could bring in, like, past NPC, playable characters as NPCs.
True, yeah. Yeah, and like same rules would apply. Like, you could, rather than a playable character, they could be an NPC, but yeah, okay, how are they different from what they were before?
Yeah, which I was also partially going to get into that, like with Jackie, like how was I going to make her different? In this context, I decided that she was going to like. I wanted to tie her back into part of MM's past. Something I cooked up with before settling on like maybe having Jackie be one of them was the idea of, well, Anna and Alice have been I have been to other planes before, and probably MM's probably developed feelings for other people before, only for Alice to sabotage every single one, usually ending in murder or attempted murder. And when I thought about like, adding in a second character, I was like, hold on, I could bring Jackie and make her the first, or one of them. If she's not the first, she's at least one of the, like, she's definitely someone that. So there's already a more serious twinge to, twinge, is that a word? I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
more
twinge is a word.
Okay, a more serious twinge to her. Because, well, now she has beef, and it also serves as a way for, I guess, us to show how damaging Alice has been. Because, again, like, sort of similarly with Magaxer, and the idea of like collecting or whatever. So far, like, all of Alice's progress has been basically through that, through collecting minions or skirting by with the whole pendant thing, finding a way around that. but we didn't. But like, even earlier in that session, Canvas pointed out that Alice hadn't really done much, and that's true. The party neutralized her very early on. Not to the point where she's gone, not to the point where she's not a threat necessarily, but to the point where she can't do much without the rest of the party breathing down her neck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But now we have someone she actually hurt. Someone who could, like, you know, just like, we are seeing the effects that she has had on other people, which so like, yeah, she's still kind of a silly Billy, if you will, but she's certainly gonna probably like be good friends with Savanto.
Yeah.
But you know, her and she might still, you know, have that interest in what's unsettling, but you can't like. But the Jackie of Ravnica is not someone who's, you know, who has to deal with any sort of trauma like that.
I think the big trick with like having characters appear in multiple campaigns is, generally speaking, my rule of thumb is if there's not a difference to the story being told with a character, then it's probably not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I mean a real significant difference.
And that's what I wanted to do with Jackie. This was a very significant difference.
Mm-hmm.
That also I wanted to use that, and I want to use this to show that, like, you know, there is more to Jackie than just, you know, being kind of a goofball. She does, like, something I do in like try with her, though results may vary, is she does like, despite her mannerisms, she does treat everything seriously. It's just how she treats things is like different.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily. And how things can be treated between the two campaigns, and even when compared to her appearance in Curse of Strahd, you know, there's going to be differences. There's going to be more differences. And I kind of want to do that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I think an element of the way I like doing it is I ask myself the question, would this still feel like a different character if I stripped away what was familiar? Or rather, how much do I have to strip away in order for it to not be the same character? If the answer is I don't have to strip that much away for it to feel like a different character, then this feels like a very different story. If I have to strip like a ton away for it to feel different, that's indicating to me that there are only a couple of differences. So that's the point where I just consider, well, maybe I want to make somebody new that has what is similar that I'm wanting to use here.
Yeah.
I get it.
Meanwhile,
Because
most of my
you first. Sorry.
Meanwhile, most of my characters are based off of monsters from Monster Hunter.
Truthfully, I don't think there's one method between the way we're doing it that's like 100% right. I think there are wrong ways to do it though, but I don't think any of us are doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like there has to be a difference, though? Like, that's definitely the one consistent thing. Unless the character is actively designed to be the same throughout. But, like, at that point, you have, like, a Deadpool or something. And none of us have, and, like, not for nothing, I don't think Jackie is a Deadpool. I don't think...
Jackie's not a Deadpool.
Yeah. I don't think Pacifico is like a Deadpool. I don't think Dovin Bond... I think Dovin Bond needs to stay dead, but I don't think he's a Deadpool.
He's only died in one of the campaigns so far.
He should be dead in both!
Reminder, he died to a cat and a dog.
Do it again.
Dog. Cat, dog.
Sharing the brain cell.
Okay, I just thought I have a funny story to share. This goes back to Magic the Gathering, when it's like, because of course, it's during our campaign, when Oko is active, that Magic the Gathering decides, hey, we got another expansion popping up, let's drop some fucking Oko lore. And it's like, so I remember, there was a night, like, I think it was like Jen and Boone grabbed me and they're like, Danny, we got something we gotta show you. I'm like, okay. And so Boone was explaining, so they're releasing like the latest expansion at that time. And it was with Lorwyn.
Lorwyn Eclipse,
yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I was familiar with the concept of Lorwyn because when Jordan was in this campaign, he was debating because he was trying to stay away from the Magic the Gathering stuff because he's not very well familiar with it. So he's like, he didn't want to jump into something and, go completely wrong with it. But he did like the idea of Lorwyn and Shadowmoor, like the two planes, kind of like going back and forth. So it kind of served as a basis for what he was going to do. So I was already kind of familiar with the basic concept for Lorwyn. So I was like, oh, they're doing some more stuff. And they said, yeah. And they made a video. They made like a trailer. You got to see this. I'm like, okay. So they start showing me the video. And it's fucking puppets. And I'm just like, okay. And, like, they're just sitting, and I can just, and, like, it's obvious, like, I mean, they were quiet, but I imagine you guys were probably just, like, giggling like little shits listening to my reaction. Because it's like...
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm watching this, and I'm just like, I'm getting some Dark Crystal vibes out of this. Like, that's what this looks like. And then at some point, a fucking podling shows up, and I'm like, it's a fucking podling! Like, they're not even fucking hiding it! It's a fucking podling! And then, sure enough...
Guys, can you send me this video? It sounds fun.
Yeah, it's
I'll get you it.
Yeah, so they showed me this video, and it's like this whole musical number and shit. So then, at the very end, they say, sure enough, it was made by the Jim Henson production. So I was like, that makes sense. Like, no wonder, like, the whole podling thing and stuff. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And Boone's like, Danny, I don't think you understand what this means. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, one of your inspirations for how you're handling Oko is the Goblin King from Labyrinth. Magic the Gathering is making an expansion, and not only did they hire Jim Henson for the expansion, what are they expanding on? Oko's origins!
It's like they're making our shit canon.
And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, oh, holy shit.
And they I'm sorry, they handed me the reins. They handed me the reins to have Pacifico know about this origin story because they put a Johnny in it.
Yeah, because I was like, so like originally I was like, okay, if we can find a way to fit the new lore in, okay, but for right now, let's just stick with what we're dealing with right now, because at the time...
And I said, I'll look at the new lore and see if there's anything that makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, because at the time, like, way back when we were planning this, like, yeah, obviously, all we had with Oko stuff, really, at that time, was the shenanigans he was doing with Eldraine. Like, the Thunder Junction shit hadn't even come out yet, but the Thunder Junction shit really doesn't matter, to my understanding, with Oko, so it's like, well, who gives a shit? But the Lorwyn shit, from what Boone was telling me, he's like, oh, we can use this. So it's like, initially, like, I think I had made the announcement, I was saying, like, we're aware that they're dropping some stuff and it's gonna be Oko lore, but, you know, we're gonna hold off for the time being and just stick with what we know, and that did not last long.
Soon enough, Oko, when making that deal with Canvas, he wrote down Oko of Lorwyn.
Yeah, actually, I think
There was a point where before the fight where in the lead up to the fight between Pacifico and Oko, Pacifico mentioned Oko Pacifico mentioned Oko almost killing his sister.
yeah.
Like, mentioned the actual events of Lorwyn Eclipse, and he's like, "How do you know about that?" It's like, my mentor is a Johnny, dumbass.
Oh, yes. The shenanigans.
It's so, like... It's so funny, you know? Just how the stuff...
Yeah, but...
It's also really fun.
Yeah, it's like, that I just thought was so funny, because it was like, you know, never mind the video, but then Boone had to point all that out, and I was like, oh, son of a bitch.
They're watching.
When I found out myself, I was like, oh my god.
I think I was in call when you found that out. I was in call and you're like, that looks like Oko.
That's fucking Oko.
And we found out, yeah, no, that's fucking, yeah.
Like, and before this set, nobody knew that Oko was actually from Lorwyn. That wasn't established.
Right.
But
And it's also reading the story that I was like, oh my god, this explains why he acts the way he does.
Yeah, so it's just like,
which is something
it's like, oh boy.
which works out beautifully with us, you know?
Right. You know, because I mean, yeah, because I'm not so well versed with Magic the Gathering lore, like, I just flat out admitted, originally, yeah, when I started this campaign, I wanted to keep the Magic the Gathering stuff to a minimum, but that literally did not happen from day one, because some people were like, oh no, now we're heavily calling on the Magic the Gathering lore, and I'm like, fuck! But, you know, but...
I actually was trying to avoid calling as much on the Magic the Gathering lore, because I could have picked a character from a Magic the Gathering plane. No, I picked one from my own world that I actually intended to do sort of a reset of the lore on, and was going, and I even told Danny, hey, what happens in this campaign can be part of that reset lore. So we're an open book in terms of how this works.
Yeah, well, that's where it's like, there's some things about the lore, about the Magic the Gathering lore, or some things about the settings and such, that it's like, okay, I can work with this, but then there might be some things I'm changing, or like making my own, like, yeah, like Kellen. I was like, okay, we have Oko, and we have the Eldraine stuff. I'm like, he's gotta show up. Kellen's gotta show up. But because of how I'm doing it, like, I even just flat out said, we're ignoring the Thunder Junction shit. So we are, like, practically ignoring Outlaws of Thunder Junction. I think maybe with the exception of Rakdos and Tiny Bones, but that's just because, well, they're just best friends, I guess. But other than
like a little,
but
it's also a fun little cameo.
Specifically requested for them to show up.
Yeah, but other than that, like, whatever happened during that storyline, I'm like, yeah, nope, that really is not going to have any bearing on this campaign. So, but really when it came to Kellen, it was like, okay, so Outlaws of Thunder Junction is out. And all this other extra stuff, like, there's all this, like, I guess he was involved with Ravnica at some point. I'm doing stuff differently in Ravnica, so that kind of cuts that out. So it's like, a lot of Kellen's story in the Magic the Gathering, it doesn't really apply in this campaign because I kept changing and cutting out them. Like, I was literally left with base Kellen. And I'm like, okay, what can I do with base Kellen? And, like, that was where I came up with, like, oh, here's a fun little idea. Because he's half Fae, yeah, what if we did something where it's like, okay, when he's in the wilds, he takes on, like, a little Fae shape. And it's something as simple as little specks of golden light. But when he's not in the wilds, or when he's in, you know, his home in the wilds that is, like, protected from the Fae, that's where he gets his human form. So it's like, that's me. That is not Magic the Gathering whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, like,
you just cut it down. You just cut it down to just the fine meat.
Yeah. So that's like, yeah, I'm very I'm very much playing fast and loose with the canon lore.
And, like, I'll send you stuff about the lore, but most of but I also know that you'll do what I do, and go, okay, I want to keep this. I don't want this part, but I want to keep this. These are the basic concepts that I want to make sure that I'm including in all of this, blah, 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 blah. And, like, the thing is, right, like, if you'll recall, me doing the Ravnica campaign is built on literally rewriting a storyline that I fucking hated the result of.
Mm-hmm.
At least partially rewriting it. Like, basically sort of using events canonically occurring afterwards in order to partially rewrite what happened in them.
Yeah.
Because the Ravnica Trail of Dragons is essentially essentially functioning as a post hoc rewrite of various elements of War of the Spark.
Yeah.
Take what you like, leave what you don't like.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and that's like,
and it's like and sometimes it's like, I like this, but I wanted them to do more with it. Let me do more with it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fuckers.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so that's where it's like, you know, even with, like, when I was coming up with, like, the freshmen, for year 2, that's where I was like, okay, we gotta bring in some more Arcavians, because, of course, that's gonna make sense. But then I was like, okay, what planes could be interesting? You know, because I was like, on the off chance that, like, you guys would be interested in wanting to visit. So that's where I was like, well, Thunder Junction, you know, sounded fun, because it's literally a western plane, and it's just full of, like, outlaws and criminals. And then, like, Kamigawa. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Kamigawa was another one. And it's like,
there has been a lot of interest in Kamigawa expressed throughout this group.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me very happy that it's not just Neon, that it's both old Kamigawa and Neon Dynasty Kamigawa that people have shown interest in.
Yeah.
As because Kamigawa was my first set.
Oh.
Like, back in the day. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so that's okay. So that it's definitely got some sentimental value for you.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then yes, there are some, and I was like, okay, threw up an idea for like a homebrewed plane, which yeah, that was where Chain was from, and literally my thinking was Minish Cap. Where it's like he's like, where you are super tiny, and the world around you is so large. Because I'm like, is there a world like that in Magic the Gathering? I'm looking left and right, and I'm like, I don't think there is. I'm going to make one up.
Technically speaking, there is one now, but you could still claim it's the OG. Bloomborough is technically the same thing.
No, it's not.
No?
No. Bloomborough is like Redwall. Or
Yeah, Redwall, I'd think so.
yeah.
Yeah, so...
Like, they even cited Redwall specifically as an influence for it. It's not... It's like... It's like anthro-animal fantasy more so than, like... Basically... Big world.
Okay.
That makes sense that they had that as a direct inspiration, because you look at the art, you get Redwall.
Yeah, and
That's a good
Rawls
segment, Nev.
Eric becomes an otter when he goes there.
Aww.
Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, he's so cute. I just want to hug him.
Jace becomes a fox.
Fox.
And I bet he still hates broccoli. That is one element. That is not me. That is from Magic Canon.
Bear, I remember like back that Bear was going to find Jason, make him eat broccoli.
I love broccoli. What the fuck?
It is canonically true that Jace hates broccoli.
Okay.
There was
Must be
literally a
flavors
story
problem.
while he was the living guild pact of Ravnica. Where his assistant brings him a meal and he's like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's your food. It's like, no. What the fuck is on this plate?
Broccoli?
It's like, you have to eat veggies, Jace. It's like, no! And it would not have surprised me if he threw it at the wall. And then, Chandra got the hots, literally, for Nissa.
Meanwhile, Jace dated Liliana and then dated Vraska. Two women who could kill him.
Yeah, Jace's taste in women is fucking being murdered by them.
He's so real for that.
I mean, to be fair, Dana, Vraska is your guild master.
True.
It's like, murder is okay.
And again,
Murder.
like, it's wild, because, like, the thing is, we were trying to, like, steer it away from actual MTG lore, and when you look at the player characters involved, right? Me from my own setting, from a homebrew setting that we haven't really gotten to address much yet, but I'm sure that'll come in the future.
Yeah. That is gonna happen. It's just, yeah. At this point, it's, because we're still kind of like drip feeding weird little facets and stuff. Like we drip, like everything with Jackie Gord being like, okay, this was somebody that Alice deliberately went after. The stuff with Mogduin, being from Alara and having sealed away Note and Petiole, and the fact that they're like, when they met up with they're like, weird, you got the weird face beard thing. It's like, you kind of remind us of this one that we knew previously. So it's like, okay, this was a previous person that Alice had a control of at some point before MM came along. So we're still drip feeding things, and like the flower, like the flower that came out of MM's flower staff. So it's like we're still kind of drip feeding little tidbits here and there, and I'm probably gonna continue doing that before it's like, okay, now it's time to actually like find out where the fuck MM actually came from.
Well, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much.
PP, go to your room.
I'm in my room.
Go to your closet. Go to your closet and stay in there.
Did you just tell somebody to go in their closet and stay there during Pride Month?
That was not what I meant. Fine. Okay, TP, go to your bathroom. Go to your bathroom and stay in there.
Okay, fine. I'll go into my bathroom. Hold on.
Oh god.
Look, the setup for the Pride Month joke was too good, though.
Yeah,
It was good. I was thinking
Immaculate.
something like that.
But yeah, it's like, like weird funny things like that. Like, actually, like, okay, I got another funny Ravnica story. So like, because I know like when the reveal that Bedrinus was Dovin Bond's kid, like I think it was like, yeah, like TP, I think like you came to me and you were like, did you plan this? And I'm like, no. Like, it's like all Boone did was like, because like Boone came to me and he was just like, okay, what do we know of Bedrinus's past? And I was like, pretty much what I had said in the campaign. I was like, I did like, try to give like, okay, here's enough information to go by, but if there's like, if you want to find a way to tweak it or whatever, I left it vague enough that you can add to it or do whatever you want. So it was like, so when Boone came to me for that, I was like, okay, we're probably going to be getting to that point where it's like, we're going to start going more into her backstory. And it's like, sure enough, yeah, we did. I was not expecting Dovin Bond to be involved. So it was like, once that was dropped, I was taken aback. I was like, wait,
No, one interesting thing to think about with that. I mentioned at the beginning that one of the inspirations for the way I was handling this campaign was Marvel. One thing that Mr. Stanley is known for writing into his works is a lot of alliteration. Now, you may have noticed that two of the characters that are related to canonically existing Magic the Gathering characters, from when Jordan was in the campaign, Finn Hazelace was related to Dak Faden, which made him Finn Faden, which is the most Marvel-ass name in the history of forever. You know what would be a slightly more Marvel-ass name? Bedrinus Bond. Oh.
God.
And upon mentioning his name, CC left the room.
Nobody wants to deal with Dovin Bond.
And I like to note that now being adopted by a bear, this makes they Tory Tech.
God, I know. Like even Leonard was just like, he's like, yeah. I already adopted Tori, but since we know that Tori and Bedrinus are essentially siblings, it's like, Bedrinus, you've been adopted by Bear.
Does that mean Ick now goes by Ick Tech?
Ick copy tech.
Ick Copy Tech. Ick
Will
Copy
Bear
Tish was
adopt?
also Ick Copy Tish also was already a fairly Marvel name.
It does sound it, yeah.
Meanwhile, it's like, yeah, like Bedrinus, I imagine, like she's probably gonna have like a Yehoda moment where it's like, you're not my dad.
I didn't ask to be born, Dad.
Well, watch. We're gonna find out that like Puffy's last name is like also starts with like a T or something.
No, there's just me, Eliza Yante.
We do know that somewhere involved in Tuffy's name is Tuffington.
Wait, what? Excuse me? No.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah, the last Ravnica session.
Oh, I thought you had watched it.
I missed my own last name? No, hold on. I have to go back to my computer for this one.
I thought you sounded like in a bathroom.
For the bit. I have to go back to my computer. God damn.
Oops.
Oh, don't worry, it hasn't. It hasn't. Don't worry, it also hasn't been explained yet. Somebody just called you Tuffington, or referred to you as Tuffington.
Okay. This is just like that is the funniest kind of lore to like have dropped while you're away at NAIC.
You can thank Lazav for that.
Yeah, Lazav was the one who called you Tuffington.
Thanks, Lazav. You're probably why Wolf Click only got 3rd place.
It's all Lazav's fault.
I can't even blame Hoopa because Hoopa's not in this particular patch yet. Like in this particular regulation.
Lazav put Hoopa in this regulation.
My god, that's what he's doing with Demir. He's creating the perfect Hoopa.
He's creating the Hoopa climax.
I still think it's really funny that, like, I think some of you were predicting me to bring in Hoopa for Strixhaven. I think Jordan. I think Jordan was or something.
Well, I think like everybody at some point, because I remembered you know people you were trying to guess. Okay, what's the Pokemon that that we're getting, because we know that you use Pokemon as inspiration for characters. So it's like I remembered like I think like some people were saying like Sableye. Some people were like like I think Hoopa did show up at one point. And then it's like, and I'm just sitting here going, it's like, you guys think you're getting a Pokemon. You guys got Maleficent instead.
Maleficent's my favorite Pokemon.
It's true.
Dark Berry.
Would you?
Snarl.
Would you?
I can't believe we're getting Undertale in Strixhaven. TP knows exactly what I'm saying.
Put her there. Put her there. There's a non-zero chance Realm I understand too.
I'd imagine Realm would understand that bit.
I feel like Realm would understand.
Realm, do you understand that bit?
I don't think I do.
Damn.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'll just have to tell you
Disappointed.
after.
Yeah, it's okay.
Disappointed your bloodline. Real in Warsaw.
I'm telling Nefer.
This guy, Real in Warsaw, he doesn't know the bit.
I'm sorry, I'm too busy being a goddess of victory.
A goddess of victory, Nike?
Realm over here playing the Gooter gotcha game. Says the Wuthering Waves player.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna need to be more specific.
Yeah, because it's like, it's like I imagine at some point, like when we get a little further along in Genshin Ultima, we'll be doing a recap for Genshin as well. But,
Well,
yeah. But it's like, I just know, like, yeah, it's like, if we're gonna be talking gotchas, it's like, yeah, like, at this point, I'm just waiting for Shneznaya to start. So I'm like, I honestly,
I have
I
have corrupted both of you.
Yeah, because that's like I haven't played Genshin in some time, really. Like I said, I'm just waiting for Shneznaya to drop, and then I'll get back into it. So in the meantime, I have been playing a lot of Wuthering Waves. Now, motherfucker, I'm playing Honkai.
Oh no. Oh, Gilgamesh though.
Wonka
He's
Twink
not out yet.
Gilgamesh.
Yeah, but
Wonka-
soon. At some point.
Yeah,
Also,
Twonky
I
Twink
think
Gilgamesh.
Zenless Zone Zero got recently released on Steam.
Oh.
I do, in fact, have a funny Kamen Rider man on Zenless Zone Zero.
The funny
I'm in-
gig.
Oh, that reminds.
I am in possession of the one character that matters.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I really gotta send you my I keep forgetting. I gotta send you my my ID code for Honkai so we can friend each other.
Yeah. I will say team building on Honkai is a little bit weirder than with some of the other games. I'm sure you've noticed that you've noticed already that character kits can be a little bit more specific.
Yeah, but you know, I like I said, like I still got a baby account. It's like, so I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna make do with the baby units.
I would like to note that I did in fact tell her I do not recommend you start playing this game at this point.
And I'm doing it anyway because I'm insane.
You are insane.
Just you wait, Danny. You're gonna go even more insane when you reach a certain point.
And you might end up with the exact same thing that I had with War of the Spark when you see the Amphoria story.
Okay. Yeah, well, because it's like, because one, I'm just like, like I said, I'm not really playing Genshin right now, and I was just like, you know what, I'll give Honkai a try even though Boone said not to, and it's like, you know, I was aware of some characters, like, I know one character that I already knew through osmosis because of Boone was, Maide, and that was because, yeah, Boone, when we were coming up with, the Pacifico stuff with, Onkilo, you know, that's where I was like, okay, like, we were RPing the scene, like, the dream and shit, and I'm like, okay, is there something you have in mind for how you want Onkilo to be like? So, as Boone was giving me the information and shit, he actually sent me a video being like, okay, here's a character, like, this is, like, my headcanon, like, voice and shit for this character, like, a massive inspiration, and it was Maide from Honkai Star Rail. So that's where I'm like, well, yeah. I at least know of this guy because of the campaign.
Fun fact, Pacifico's, Golden Blood thing also comes from Honkai Star Rail?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Death by Snoo. Death by Snoo.
Yeah, it's related.
Yeah, so wait.
Mighty is Death by Snoo.
Oh, okay, that's okay. That's where I was like, wait.
Maide, otherwise known as the other Gilgamesh in Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, that's where
the one that's nice and has fashion sense.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, wait, who's the Snoo?
Yeah. Because when I
Listen,
saw
the first time I saw Maide in the story, I was also like, wood.
When I saw Mighty, I'm like, that man ain't gonna destroy me. That man is death by Snoo for me.
Death.
Yeah,
that's
literally Mighty is just basically Twonk Gilgamesh.
He is.
Meanwhile,
Except he's nice.
I have also used Honkai Star Rail music in the Ravnica campaign.
It's always the gotcha music. It's always the gotcha music. That's how they get you.
It really is. It really is.
Side eyes, real M Warsaw. Meanwhile, I'm over here with my Genshins and my mark my words. That you know, why not? Don't I just play it?
Mark my words, vengeance will be mine.
He's mine.
Listen, let's be honest. Let's be honest. There's several people who got into Genshin because of Oratrice Mechanista and Elise Cardinal.
That's also yeah, fair enough.
It's memes and it's
Music.
It's music, yeah.
If the,
Speaking of gotcha memes, boy, y'all wait until the next Genshin Ultima. Let's just say after I was not feeling well with the last one, I ended up coming up with better plans for something that incorporated a meme that I probably should have incorporated in the first place.
Okay.
Boy,
I mean, honestly,
I'm not gonna spoil it because it's gonna be funnier if you aren't aware of what's about to happen.
oh, I probably don't. And it's really funny that we had. It's really funny that we had this whole thing in Monster, and then they're just like, "Oh, by the way, we're introducing a new character. Here's Lowen."
Oh my god, that man is scary.
I like him.
He's
Y'all just
so
watch. We're gonna be in Inazuma, and in the middle of Snezhnaya, they're just gonna be like, "Hey, check out this new Inazuma character."
the only reason it wasn't an upset with fucking Zabai in while we're in Leeway's because Lantern Right always releases like some sort of character.
Mm-hmm.
Like it always does. There
is a reason that I'm kind of having you guys that with the map I'm kind of trying to use Leeway as a little bit of a hub because there's a lot of fucking characters from Leeway, and it is very difficult to include everybody in one story arc.
That makes sense.
Not to mention, Leeway's all kind of, I wouldn't say middle of the map, like middle of the world map, but like
It's a good hub world.
It's a good between it and it feels like it's in the middle between it and Sumeru, you know? Because like above you have Mondstadt and Fontaine and soon to be Chesnaya. To one side you have Natlin and Nakrai. To the other side you have Inazuma, which is also kind of below. So like, you know.
And I will say, some of the lore shit that's happening currently in Genshin, I'm having to ignore because it already goes against shit that I'm doing.
That makes sense.
Like, it is what it is. I just have to.
The other thing you could do, like, I don't know what the plans are specifically, but there is a way you could probably like bullshit, like.
Oh no, there's plenty of ways to bullshit retcons. With Genshin, I know with the way I've got the story, there's plenty of ways I can bullshit whatever retcon I want.
Mm-hmm.
Like, with Genshin, it's very easy to do that.
Yeah, we weren't even doing the recap for the Genshin campaign. Now here we are.
We're fucking talking about it. We're fucking talking about it.
Yep.
Yeah. Which I know we missed the last one, and it does suck that like it seems like the next like between the two sessions is 6 months, not 6, 3 months. my brain.
This was not supposed to be like a main thing though, but it's become a thing that people really fucking like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better about it, like the fact that we do miss it,
Mm-hmm.
at least the fact
like-
that we miss it is telling. You know?
Plus, I love Gotcha's shenanigans.
Gotcha's great. Kaza's great. I'm bringing them up because Beans and Letter aren't here right now. But like,
Zanya's great.
Zanya's just
there-
like
there
a
has
ball.
been-
why they okay, I'm sorry. I was Zanya's great. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Kazu's a piece of shit. I get it.
No, Kaza is great. I love what we learned about Kaza last session. Okay. No, my brain decided to just punch. Okay.
No, that's fine.
Listen, and don't. I haven't forgotten Eve. I haven't forgotten Eve. Don't worry.
God,
Oh.
I can't wait. Like,
It's. I think it's. Would you say that Eve is like your mascot character, Ken?
yeah, I use her a lot, and I figured she'd be perfect for the Genshin setting because she's very shy and meek.
Yeah, I think it's so cool that I'm not the only one who's kind of like bringing their like mascot into this, you know?
Yeah.
So like, and you're finding.
Oh, I see how it is. What I gotta bring fucking Nova Ember into a campaign. I gotta bring fucking Wolfram
Yes.
into a campaign.
Yes, you need to. But as playable character, I should specify. I think it's cool already, but like when you also are able to play as them, it kind of like it's not just that moment of like, oh, that's cool. Hey, wait a second. It's just like I like. It kind of allows them to be more like. Obviously, just in general, it just allows them to be more than.
I
just...
have played as Henry in a World Weaver's Web.
Yes, I remember that. I remember. I like when you like. It makes them not more than just like pretty characters in art pieces that you get.
Yeah. Plus, Dana enjoys drawing even different clothes too.
You do give me a lot of different like styles for her, but they all look good for her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They all suit her.
I think we should normalize bringing characters that we've previously made, regardless of whether we made them for D&D. I think we should normalize that.
Look, I'm not saying that I have plans for an NPC later in Ravnica that's a character that I've made for something else to be involved.
But I would say
I'm
it's
not
cool.
saying that. I'm not saying that. Anyway,
But if you were, I'd say that's pretty dope.
I'm just also gonna say with the Genshin campaign, I know this is coming from me, but I am really looking forward to like the little love story that's going on between Eve and the certain edgy boy.
right, Blade.
We haven't met Tartaglia.
Listen, Tartaglia is a
Nah,
challenge.
obviously, she's referring to Gian.
God damn it, my girl always gets with the edgy boys.
No. Obviously, it's Lohan, right?
It's obviously
Oh
Lohan.
God, no! Oh God, no!
Yes.
Yes, no!
Yes.
No. No. Listen. If Loka is going to flirt with Eve, he's only doing it just to piss Zhao off.
You have a problem with it? Fight me.
No, I think also the I think the biggest surprise was in the Genshin campaign was the Kaya impression.
Oh god.
I
I
don't know
thought
what you could possibly be talking about.
I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting like out of all the quote unquote Grizzlords that we have met, it was Kaya that got Eve.
Again, I'm just surprised with how just spot. It felt like it was just spot on, you know.
Hey, Helioverse!
If there's ever
if you end up for some reason needing to recast Kaya, I guess you know where to look, depending on the reasons.
I mean, Magic the Gathering is seemingly already looking at at our campaigns.
But I will say this. Kaya is only just
I will
entry
say
level.
we buffed. I will say we buffed superconducting Genshin Ultima, and then
Imagine
and then look at what they do right after. Just saying.
Hey Boone, imagine they release a character, but he's actually from Nodcry. He's a pyro, and he's really good friends with Flynn.
Who are you implying with that?
I'm implying you.
Why am I pyro?
I thought you were always a pyro man.
Is that just because I'm a flaming homosexual?
On Pride Month, you do this.
In Pride Month, you do this.
Before marriage?
Damn, we didn't even put you in the closet this time.
Before marriage?
It's like, oh yeah, see, this is what it's like. Can you expect anything less from our group? You know, the group that included hot cock.
but actually, no, Jen. I'm an Electro character.
I was thinking that because your icon is purple, that's probably why I kept thinking
Yeah.
Electro. To be honest,
I've been like in terms of like power sets, I'm more associated with. Now, if it were like, let's say, a character from Natlin with darker skin that's like a pyro catalyst user, that's like a boxer. They might be taking a little bit of inspiration, or maybe if they made like a character from Fontaine that was a cryo user, I bet you would assume Hydro, huh? But no, a cryo sword user from Fontaine.
Plus, you know, we know you're not a fire. We know you're not a fire guy because Pacifico would stay as far away from that as possible.
It's true. But
I will say,
yeah, accurately, if Pacifico were in Genshin, his vision would most accurately be cryo.
I will say, I know it won't happen for a good hot minute, but I can't wait to go to Fontaine.
It seems most likely that we will go to Inazuma after Mondstadt. But there's still plenty to do in Mondstadt. I'm making Mondstadt longer than the Liyue arc. Than the first Liyue arc, because the first Liyue arc was kind of a prologue to the whole thing.
Yeah.
But then the Mondstadt is Mondstadt is Act 1. And Liyue is going to get like a lot of in-between arcs.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, there is a lot.
Also, Leeway's just a fun city. Like,
Well, it's more than a city; it's a country.
well, country. Leeway Harbor, I meant. My bad.
Yeah.
It's like looking at Australia and it's like, oh look, it's the continent, it's like the country of Australia, and then it's like, but it's also a continent.
Let's,
Sometimes
come
the
on.
continent is also called Oceania.
Sometimes it really, honestly, it should, just to make it different, like much easier to differentiate between Australia, the country, and Australia.
I've most often, at least in modern times, heard it called Oceania as the continent.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
'Cause I think-
that's
I
how,
think the
that's how it was when I was in like school growing up. Okay.
Doesn't the
No, I
continent?
agree.
Yeah, when I was growing up, they just called it Australia.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from with that.
It was actually the same here, at least as far as I remember. But then they sort of switch it to Oceania, which makes more sense because it includes like,
Yeah, it does.
Indonesia and such.
Doesn't it also include New Zealand? Is New Zealand part
Yeah.
of Oceania? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I thought.
I had a friend once. That
We
was
have
really
changed so many fucking topics. I swear.
fun. Oh, this is.
I just realize where our train of thought goes, and I'm just like, wow.
Guys, what's your favorite fruit?
Me.
dragon fruit.
Damn, on Pride Month.
Hell yeah!
Yes, on Pride Month. Always
go.
on Pride Month.
Speaking of gay people,
I didn't even miss a beat with that shit. Thank you very much. You should be your own favorite fruit on Pride Month.
Let's go!
Yay! I'm a pomegranate. Yay!
I have. You know what? I'm just gonna post this. If
Okay.
we're gonna do this, I'm gonna post something in general. In general, I'm gonna post a meme in general.
My God, we can't do that.
You're gonna post a meme in general. I can't believe
Yeah.
you would do this.
You'll
I'm
be
calling a
arrested.
mod.
Strawberry.
Speaking of art, Danny, would
Speaking
you?
of strawberries,
Well, I'm speaking of art. Danny, would you like to show off some new art that the audience could be looking forward to?
Yeah, Amy's getting new art. Okay, yeah, let me
Also, my friend, the side note topic here while Danny's posting that is, my friend has made some new recipes for his D&D cookbook, and one of the recipes he has called Death by Stew Stew.
Oh,
Alright.
You know, actually,
Alright, so here we go. I'll put that up for the audience. But yeah, some updated artwork for Amy.
Yes. Thanks to our lovely Dana here.
is this big dress?
It's a big dress.
Nice.
It was like,
actually, speaking of art, we need like, so Canvas has mostly been using the kind of the different outfit that she's had, not the one that we've basically been using on the screen for
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's like I got
half a year now.
Yeah, so that's why that's got to get updated too.
Yeah, you're really gonna need to get in contact with Beans on that one, because like especially if we're gonna be updating like.
Well, it's just pretty much just like RP screens and such. Like we're not really doing battle screens anymore. So that's like I don't
Even if we're not doing battle screens, we still gotta like
we still need to update the thumbnail so that the character art is consistent.
Sure.
You know?
That reminds me, Tuffy, which class did you do for your 11th level? Because we didn't know what it was.
I completely forgot.
Oh my god.
Of course.
Understandable.
Don't worry, you will know. You will know
Yay!
soon. That, Realm, it's so funny. That was used as the reference.
I thought the similarity was uncanny.
You were used as a reference picture.
On Pride Month.
On Pride Month!
Uh,
Actually, that was used as a reference pic for April Fool's Day.
On April Fool's Day!
You know what? I have Pride
No.
in April Fools.
Savanto would have Pride in April Fools. As soon as it hits April 1st, he just sits up and is like, Happy Pride Month, and then goes back to sleep.
No, you see, it's like April Fool's Day comes along. The teacher just comes up to Savanto. Did you get any sleep last night? I mean, I did, but when I woke up today, everyone kept wishing me happy birthday, and I don't know why.
Wait, is your birthday not... Is your birthday not April 1st?
God. Savanto is just an entity.
It's true.
But that's
He's
why.
just-
But that's why we love him.
Anyway, this has been a fun time.
I know that's
Yes.
what, I know that's what I'm thinking. Like, is there any other like weird behind the scenes shenanigans or something, or like things that things that might have like changed down the pipeline, or anything else we can just talk about.
Bear thought I forgot about the sibling thing.
What else
That's
was?
funny.
I feel like there's always something. There's always something. You know.
So actually, there is one fun thing. So during the section where Anonymously was running the campaign, during that time, Anonymously was also posting on my Discord account in the Ravnica server, and like editing some of the character entries as well.
oh.
And Bro should get his own Discord.
Yeah.
He's my favorite Discord mod.
Like Anonymously like edited his own his own character entry. For one, referring to himself as a god. Like, and
Cringe.
basically taking what I wrote and adding notes on and I'd like to know, there's a point where it says seemingly deeply jealous of Day's status within Demir. The comment on that line is, I'm not jealous. I'm not giving you a pass to spread lies about me just because you're the DM, Boone. And a lore clarification that no, the Demir did not alter Badrinus' memories.
Yeah, because that was like a brief little scare, like for a session where it was like, oh fuck, what did they do to Padrinus?
Imagine having your memories altered.
Imagine
That'd be
having
crazy.
your memories alter.
Imagine having your memories altered. This post has been brought to you by the Alice Gang.
It's also been brought to you by Nikkei.
This post has been brought to you by the Gotcha Club.
This post has been brought to you by Never. Nah, TP gets why that's especially funny. Yeah. Yeah. This post has been brought to you by the Erminsul.
Oh my god. You know, it's actually also thanks to the Armisil bit that, yeah, Eve has a very good reason why she doesn't trust the fucking Fatui.
That actually, unironically, that reminds me. That is kind of something. Do you want to talk about how Genshin inspired you, Danny?
Oh boy.
Okay, I remember you telling us this a while ago. So is it okay if should I talk about it a little bit? Before you...
I guess, like, yeah, like, kind of, like, remind me, like, what it is you're referring to.
This is after the 6.3 story dropped, and there was the whole thing with the Traveler and the Torre.
Oh yes! Okay. So in Genshin Impact, as part of Nogcry's story, when they brought in this major villain Dottore, there's this whole bit where it's just Dottore and the Traveler, and it's like they're just like he's just having this fucking conversation and shit, and it's just like, you know, being all evil and malevolent and shit, and it's like, it's honestly a really cool freaking scene, and that's where I was like, I want to do that in Strixhaven, because it's so cool. So that's where I'm like, I need to have Murgoxar start approaching the party and causing shit. And it was like,
and that's
and like,
I think that's how
yeah, like Canvas at that time, this was like when Canvas had just left the party and such, and I was like, oh my god, we just have the perfect window to start this. So it's like, at some point throughout the campaign, I do want Murgoxar to be approaching each of you, and it's like, as for what he's going to do, we'll just have to wait and see. But I do know, like, he is going to approach each of you very differently, because he thinks very differently of you. I mean, it's like, yeah, he approached Canvas with, you know, empathy, because it's like, yeah, you're going through some shit with, like, you know, with your poisoning, and you don't get this under control, you're gonna lose yourself, you're gonna die. It's like, yeah, dude, totally, I can relate. So it's like, that might be how he approaches Canvas, but yeah, should he approach, like, Pacifico or Amy or something, he's gonna have a very different conversation.
I think we already know what I have a very funny thing how Murgoxar's going to approach Amy.
We've had partial discussions about how Murgoxar approaches Pacifico, although I think we could have more.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, well, I mean, I think it's like, yeah, like TP said, like, I do want Murgoxar to follow up with Canvas. Because, yeah, where he last left off, it was saying, you know, it's like, hey, I'm willing to share, you know, like, I'm figuring out, like, you know, how to get around my condition, and it can work for you, so I'm willing to share knowledge. You just have to join me. So it's like, I do need to, like, follow up on that, you know.
And it's interesting, because, like, that happened at, like, kind of a low... you could argue a low point in Canvas's life.
Yeah.
And then... what happens immediately after?
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, things start turning around.
Canvas gets her best friend back. She gets a second partner. She basically goes back to Strixhaven. It's so weird how so many that happens, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say this, though. It's like, for the upcoming winter, like, the big winter event that I've got planned and such, like, I do have an idea in mind for, like, okay, like, the next person that Mergoxor is going to approach and have a conversation with. I already know who that is, and I already know what I'm gonna do.
I'm seated.
I am also exceeded.
Yeah. But it's like, I guess as far as, like, maybe, like, what to look forward to, like, again, without, not spoiling too much, obviously, but, as far as, what to look forward to, like, there's been some things that, like, I've dropped, but we haven't really followed up on because it's like
there's been so much shit.
Yeah, so much shit has happened, so it's like, so some of that is good. I do intend to follow up on some of this stuff. As far as, like, what's the next, like, the next major plot hook that's, like, the major plot hook that's gonna be in winter, I've already started, sowing the seeds for it already. So this is gonna be like, okay, we're gonna, like, really, like, follow up on it as well as kind of go through with it and see where that takes us. But yeah, I think it's like I said, kind of like at the beginning of this whole stream was like, yeah, the fall season took way longer than I anticipated, and honestly, I feel like the way Boone's been doing his, like, the lengths of his arcs in Ravnica, it feels like that's a pretty healthy, pretty healthy goal. Like, he does, like, what would you say, Boone? Like, 5 sessions for an arc or something, give or take?
At most 10. It depends on the arc, but I think 5 is a fairly healthy length for an arc. Like, sometimes I go longer if it's like an arc that's really kind of multiple arcs stapled together.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's where I'm kind of thinking, like really starting in the winter, like, yeah, try to trim it down a little bit, so it's like 5 sessions minimum. I'd like to try to get it like 10 at most, and then we move into spring. Because it's like, yeah, we still got multiple years of this campaign to get through. So it's like, we can't be like, spending so much time on, like, one thing, and it's like, yeah, guys, we got other things we gotta worry about.
As far as going forward in Ravnica, we are closing on where Ravnica comes to an end. I will say, I don't know that that's going to happen in 2026, but for sure by the end of 2027, we'll reach the end of Ravnica.
Okay, so yeah, would you say we're like 75% done, or like what percentage would you say?
Well, looking at the story arcs I have remaining. I have the Dimir War arc that we're doing right now. We have the Strixhaven arc, which we're partially going to be doing during the Dimir War arc now, but also we have to do dedicated stuff for it as well. Then we have the Thunder Junction arc. And we have the Chiyoshi arc, which is something that's been a little bit introduced, but you're going to see more elements of what that's going to include. But we've definitely got hints of what that's about already. And beyond that is going to end up being the final boss fight.
Okay.
So really 4 arcs and then one more boss fight at the end. Is what we're looking at.
Yep. And then another side, another story.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
looking forward to the next campaign too.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
There have already been discussions about what my next campaign is going to look like. Let me tell you, boy, if y'all thought the production of some of the music in this campaign has been good,
Ooh.
I've already been cooking a little bit on that music. Let's just say in that next campaign, music is going to play an important role.
I'm excited for
You-
that.
You know who else
Let's
should
fucking
play
go.
You know who else should play an important role in the next campaign?
Ooh.
Joe Hendry.
Yep.
You're right. He should play an important role in the next campaign. You're so correct.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yes.
Yes.
You're so right. Danhausen should also play an important role in the next campaign.
Yes.
I mean, we don't want to get cursed.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
you
he
don't
cursed the
include Danhausen, if you don't include Ranhausen in the next campaign, you are cursed.
Wait, who's Ramhausen cursing?
Fucking Hoopa.
I think this is a good time to wrap this up.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh
So,
no, Savanto's ADHD, it's contagious.
oh yes. So, all right. So that being said, thank you everybody for joining and listening to our random bullshit. You know, we had a lot to cover. We did some behind the scenes stuff, talked a little bit about Genshin, and then just went off the rails. But regardless, we had fun. Hope you guys did too. So, Saturday we are back to Ravnica, correct?
Yes, from
And then-
Strixhaven with justice.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next Saturday after that, we go back to the Genshins.
Oh, yeah.
So join us Saturday for Ravnica. This time, 2 weeks from now, join us as we begin the winter season for year 2 of Strixhaven. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so hope you guys have a good evening, and we will see you next time.
Good night.
Good night.
Everybody.
Yeah.